Hey everyone, Adam Kanakin here with ILET Network. Welcome to this episode of the Instructors Roundtable. Today we're going to be talking about the Uvalde, Texas school shooting that just took place a few days ago. Obviously, no fancy introduction music or anything on this one. We wanted to put this together as soon as possible to be able to share as much knowledge and information as we can with you. And so what I've done is I've put together a panel here for you guys of very, very experienced gentlemen who will be discussing this incident. We're going to be talking about the facts as this incident unfolded, what we know today. Obviously, it is still an open investigation. So there are some things, some information that we just do not have that hasn't been disclosed to the public. And we will not be disclosing anything that hasn't been already released to the public. You'll see the gentlemen on the screen as we come up. They're going to be introducing themselves, letting you know who they are, what they do, and kind of share a bit about their experience with you to get that started. But before we do anything today, what I'd like to do is take a quick moment of silence for the victims that we lost during this active shooter event. So obviously, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families and the friends of the children, the teachers, the first responders, everyone involved with this incident. I don't think anybody walked away from this without feeling something. I know for myself, obviously you can hear it. Like for myself, it's still emotional thinking about it. I have small children myself, so this is a difficult discussion to have. And I want to just say thank you to all of you for joining us live on this call. It means a lot. Huge thank you to the experts for being here as well. And let's jump into the conversation. So I'm going to bring the panel on. And thank you, everybody, for being here. What I want to do real quickly is just go through. Obviously, we'll jump around the horn here. Lynn, we'll start with you. Just introduce yourself real quickly, who you are, where you're coming from, and then we'll kick things off. So, Lynn, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, again, thanks, Adam. Appreciate being on. Appreciate being with you other gentlemen in this group. This is, I wish it was under better circumstances, but a little bit about me. I spent the last 22 years now working in counterintelligence, counterterrorism, and training law enforcement. I started out in the Marine Corps, working in special operations as a force reconnaissance Marine and scout sniper for 12 years. I've worked on a lot of the human behavior programs that many may be familiar with, whether it was Combat Hunter, ASAT, SOFSAT, ITSAT. I've done kidnap and ransom due diligence, executive protection, and I've also trained law enforcement in human terrain mapping, behavior pattern recognition. Some of the highlights, I ultimately, with the insider threat programs, I went unarmed and embedded in Afghanistan to identify insider threats and to teach not only soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines how to be able to identify those pre-event indicators, but also NATO and coalition forces at the time. So that's just a little bit about me.
Awesome. Thanks, brother. Rob.
Thanks, Adam. Just like Lynn said, appreciate you putting this together. This is definitely an unfortunate topic that we even have to kind of all get together on. My name is Robert Carlson. I'm a civilian police officer. Been doing that for roughly around 16 years, with several of those years on SWAT teams. And then I've spent about the last 9 years as a active shooter coordinator for a major metropolitan department, coordinating all the active shooter training and response and integrated response models, doing civilian education, and then doing threat assessments and behavioral analysis, et cetera. Got about 26 years in the military doing special operations, and currently one of the lead instructors for tactical medicine through the Department of Defense and the counter-drug program, teaching cops around the country on how to do tactical medicine in these kind of situations. So that's pretty much it. I've spent roughly around 15 years dealing with living in the active shooter world.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Near. Near, you're up, brother. He is checked out. Doc, go ahead.
All right. Thanks, man. My name is Mike Simpson. I'm an emergency medicine physician here in Texas. I spent 32 years in uniform in the United States Army, almost exclusively in SOF, 17 years as an operator in Ranger Regiment and an SF. Then went to medical school, went to residency, came back to the community, and I was assigned to a Tier 1 SMU as an emergency medicine physician, did all my deployments with that unit out of Fort Bragg, and then retired here in Texas in 2016. Since that time, I've gone to work as a SWAT physician, both locally with a local regional team and with DPS SRT. So I've trained with them pretty extensively. I'm also a certified defensive tactics instructor. So I teach everything from defensive tactics. I will assist in teaching a lot of firearm stuff, although I don't consider myself to be a master instructor when it comes to firearms or CQB, but I will lend a hand. And also tactical trauma medicine. I teach pretty exclusively, formerly with a company called Sheepdog Response, which some of you might have heard of. Now I'm an instructor with National Tactical Officers Association. I work with them and some other agencies, and living life here in Texas.
Awesome, brother. Rob, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Appreciate the opportunity to be on the program tonight. And obviously, wish it was under better circumstances to get you through. But my background, I just retired after 29 years in law enforcement. The last 22 with the FBI. Began my career with Fairfax County, Virginia Police Department, and actually spent a year as a school resource officer. Just happened to be the same year that Columbine High School attack happened. So I've been very intimately familiar with the active shooter phenomenon, and unfortunately for a lot of years now. My last assignment with the FBI was actually as the head of the tactical training program at Quantico. So very, very familiar with the Bureau's efforts, and we were a big part of the ILET program. I got involved with ILET right after Sandy Hook, and I was one of the first 100 agents to go down and begin that train the trainer program partnership, which has been extremely fruitful, for the FBI, and had an opportunity to train a whole lot of officers and agents around the country and around the world in that response protocol, and really look forward to hearing what these other panelists have to say tonight about what happened last week.
Right on. And Near's having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to get him squared away as we go through this. And so, obviously, as you guys can tell with the gentleman on this panel, and Near, we'll introduce him in a second when he jumps back on, but there's a ton of experience here, not just in law enforcement, but in military and special operations. A lot of you have either worked very closely with, for, or around ILET. You understand that program very well. And obviously, because this incident happened in Texas, it takes an extra shot close to home for them, I'm sure. There's been a lot of posts and comments that have come out from them already on this. And so that's been very interesting to see. So as we kick this thing off, what I'd like to do first, and I think to set a baseline, what I'd like to do is Rob has put together a timeline of events that we know to be true as of this time right now. Now, of course, this can change, so don't take this as a hard set. This could be adjusted down the road, but for right now, this is the best information that we have. So, Rob, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up on the screen here with you, brother.
Okay.
And we'll let you go through and share exactly what's going on. So let me see if I can do this here.
All right. So this is something that I sat down last night throughout the day yesterday, working through open source information, mostly media channels, putting all this together. So this is all information that has been released to the public and disseminated through media channels. With that in mind, though, that means that, you know, there's some subjectivity involved in it. It's not meant to be, you know, ironclad. It's just what we've released to the media, or more specifically, what the media has released to the public. So we'll kind of go ahead and start off. And these are all kind of more like actual timestamp events. You know, nothing in here about like when decisions were made or why they were made. This is just the actual physical actions that took place. And then we can kind of start dissecting that with, you know, interpretations and how it's perceived, et cetera, afterward. So, all right, let's kind of jump right into it. So May 24th, 2022 is when this happened. So just last week, at 11:06 a.m. that morning. That's our first timestamp for that significant timestamp for that day. The shooter, who was kind of pretty active on online gaming and online activities. Let me caveat too. You're going to notice in all of this, I don't reference the shooter's name. Everything, I'm always going to refer to them as either the shooter, the suspect, scumbag, whatever. But you know, he made his decisions in life, and quite frankly, he's gotten enough attention, and he's, you know, he can kiss my ass. He's not getting any more from me, so he doesn't get a name. So at 11:06 a.m., the shooter sent a private message to a friend. Now I've got Germany on here, and there's been some kind of conflicting information on that. So you know, but we know it's in somewhere in kind of Northern Europe area. That he was waiting for his grandfather to leave the house. And it was just kind of like a foreshadowing kind of message. Between 11:10 and 11:21, we're not 100% sure exactly when in that time frame the shooter shoots his grandmother in the face. And we know that the far right end of that timestamp at 11:21 is because then at 11:21 a.m. The shooter sends a message to that friend overseas. Stating, and this is a direct quote from that screenshot. So any misspellings or whatever, this is actually a direct screenshot quote. Just says, I just shot my grandma on her head, and then immediately follows that up by a second statement of, I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school right now. So he definitely at that point communicated his activities and his intent to an individual. He then left the house in his grandmother's truck. Grandmother's house was only a few blocks away from Robb Elementary School, so it was in near proximity. He didn't have a very long drive on this. At around 11:28, he crashed adjacent to the elementary school. He exited the vehicle on the passenger side of the truck. This was like a dark gray, dark charcoal kind of colored pickup truck. He exits the vehicle on the passenger side. He retrieves a Daniel Defense Model AR-15 style rifle from the passenger side of the vehicle, as well as a backpack that was containing a large quantity of loaded magazines from that passenger side door. At around that exact same time, there were two employees of an adjacent funeral home that witnessed the vehicle crash and started moving towards the vehicle, presumably just to check on his status. At that point, the shooter fires multiple rounds at them. Thankfully, all of those rounds missed, and those two individuals run away. There was a teacher from the elementary school that witnessed the accident and propped the door open using a rock so that he could run back inside and retrieve his cell phone to report the accident. Then at 11:30 a.m., that same teacher comes back outside and calls 911 on their cell phone. At that point, they saw the weapons in the shooter's hand, and they fled back inside the school. Now, I have the asterisk here because this is one of those areas that we're going to discuss because through there are some reports stating that the door remained propped open with the rock, and there are some reports stating that the teacher kicked the rock out of the way and the door shut but failed to secure. But regardless, that door remained accessible to the shooter. Then at 11:31 a.m., the shooter hops over the fence, entering the elementary school parking lot. At this point in time, there's a school officer that drives by. The shooter crouches down behind a vehicle, concealing his location, and the officer mistakes a teacher that was standing outside of the school as the possible shooter. The shooter begins firing through the exterior windows of the school, striking multiple classrooms from the outside, while proceeding along the exterior wall of the school. Then at 11:33 a.m., the shooter enters the elementary school unchallenged through the unlocked / unsecured door that had previously been used by that teacher. Upon going through that door, the shooter walks down a hallway a short distance, taking a right turn into kind of the main hallway where multiple classrooms all branch off of, and then taking an immediate left turn into the first classroom on the left-hand side of that hallway. The whole time he's firing his rifle inside of the building. Shooter enters room 111 and 112, which are two adjoining rooms. They're connected by like a shared bathroom. And as he goes inside the door, he locks the classroom door behind him. Then at 11:35 a.m., so 2 minutes after the initial entry by the suspect, 3 police officers arrive on scene and enter the school through the same door that had been used by the shooter. Those officers are joined by 3 more officers and a sheriff's deputy in the hallway outside of the classroom. So that makes approximately 7 officers at that moment in time inside of the hallway immediately outside of room 112. The shooter engages those officers through the locked door and injures 2 of those officers non-critically. The officers at that point begin to hold their positions, requesting backup and additional tactical equipment to be able to get into the classroom. At 11:43 a.m., so now approximately 8 minutes after the engagement with law enforcement, the elementary school posts on their social media account that the school is in lockdown due to gunshots in the area. And they report that all children are safe in the classrooms at this time. By this point, we know that a good majority of the students that were shot had already been shot prior to that message going out, but we don't have an exact count. Next timestamp would be 11:45. And so from 11:45 to 12:45, law enforcement holds perimeter, as well as maintaining officers inside of the hallway of the school. So that we have officers inside the school as well as officers outside holding perimeter. There are evacuations going on during that time period of adjoining classrooms and other locations inside of the school. Parents begin arriving at the school and they are stopped from entering by officers as they attempted to go in and rescue children. The perimeter officers were stopping them from going in. During that time period at around 12:03, more backup officers were arriving on scene. So at around a little after 12 o'clock, we had a report as many as 19 officers inside of the hallway immediately outside of classroom 111 and 112. So they're still in that same hallway directly outside the door where the initial teams had received fire. But no officers attempted to retake that room or to reattempt entry into those classrooms. Also at around 12:03, 911 begins receiving phone calls from a student that is inside of classroom 112. So at this point, we know there's at least one person alive in that classroom. At 12:10, that same student calls back and states that there are multiple people dead inside of classroom 112. Then at 12:15, members of the Border Patrol Tactical Team, or BORTAC, begin to arrive at the scene. They trickled in. They didn't all arrive together, so they begin to arrive at around 12:15. At 12:16, 911 receives an additional call from inside of room 112, reporting that there are at least 8 or 9 people still alive inside of that classroom. At 12:21, BORTAC agents arrive on scene with ballistic shields and heavy equipment. At 12:36, the initial 911 caller, the same student that made the initial 911 call, calls back for a third time, saying that the shooter has fired through the door. The dispatcher at this time asks the student to try and stay on the line, and that call is terminated after about 21 seconds. At 12:43, a student calls 911 again, asking for police to immediately make entry, requesting for police to come in. At 12:46, that same student calls back and states that they can hear police next door to their position. And then at 12:50, BORTAC officers gain entry into room 112 using a pass key or key that was obtained from a school employee. Reports have said principal. I don't have confirmation on that, but I do know it was a school employee that gave them the key to get access into the room. And at that point, officers shoot and neutralize the threat per reports. So kind of next slide right here. This just kind of gives you kind of how all this is spaced out. So you can kind of see what gaps we're talking about here of, ultimately the shooter enters the school at 11:33 in the morning. And the first officers arrive only a couple of minutes later. And then you have this long gap where activities are taking place until 12:50, when officers finally make entry inside of the classroom. Ultimately, we had about an hour and 40 minutes roughly that this event transpired.
All right. Well, listen, brother, I really appreciate you putting that together. That was very well done. And
I already caught a couple of typos in it. I'm a little disappointed in myself.
Well, you should be. You should be.
Yeah, I was.
You should you should leave.
I was busy.
Okay, so obviously now we have a timeline. There's been a lot of questions asked about what the response was. There's a lot of opinions on what the response should have been, how things should have been conducted, either from incident command or tactically or a million different things. There's a lot of conversation. What I'd like to do is I'd like to try to take this as logically as we can, step by step through this incident. One thing I will ask, and I'm going to ask everybody here, and there's well over 200 folks here on this call with us today. I'm going to ask you one thing. I'm going to ask a favor of you. If you do nothing else while you're here on this call with us, I would like you to walk away with at least one new perspective that you didn't have coming into this. Everybody obviously has their own personal opinions and biases as to what they believe could, should, or will happen in the future. But what I'd like you to do is walk away with at least one new perspective. So that's my challenge to you. And I preface that with all of the guys here on the call prior to that, so they all know the deal. So with that being said, and before we kind of dive into any specific topic, is there anybody here who wants to mention anything about the overview, the timeline, or any initial thoughts that you guys have on this incident as a whole?
If I may, I'd like to touch on some of the pre-event indicators even prior to what Rob did a good job of as far as putting in the timeline from when, bang occurred. And one way to look at that, especially during my time frame working insider threat cases, you can take active killer, active shooter incidents and overlay them directly over the 7-step terrorist planning cycle. Now, while an active shooter may not necessarily share the same political, cultural, or ideological, religious concerns as far as their driving force as to why they will do something, the biggest thing that we would see in both cases in the U.S. and in the areas I was working overseas, specifically in Afghanistan, is a large percentage of these. I think for insider threat stuff is approximately 65% on average. In the U.S., active shooter stuff is more in the 80% zone. Is some type of perceived grievance, a personal grievance, and anger comes in with that. And if you look at the FBI Behavioral Sciences Division white paper that they released back in June of 2018, they surveyed all of the active killer incidents that took place between 2000 and 2013. And the FBI lists them as concerning behaviors. With what I teach in my programs, we call them anomalies. For some of the old school coppers out there, they may call them red flags or whatever, or, down south, we'd say, yo, that don't look right. But in any case, like these anomalies are concerning behaviors. What they would see is, on average, there were 4.6 concerning behaviors that would be manifested or present themselves physiologically or psychologically in all these situations. In all the cases where it was less than that, and we operate off a rule of threes when we talk about our decision-making algorithm for us to begin proactive decision-making. So when I reach a rule of three, I must make some form of a decision, whether that's just a simple contact or if I'm going to utilize force or detain or even up to deadly force. And that's agency-dependent, policy and procedures. But in all those cases where it was less than three, so we're talking one or two, in all of those cases, the one indicator by itself was enough to warrant some form of law enforcement contact. So, with this individual, with the shooter, what we saw was a lot of things where there was self-harm, there was a lot of suicidal ideation. Obviously, it was released. The kid was bullied a lot in school. And, for all the difficulties had difficulties at home. And I say these things, and I want to be very clear here. I'm not saying this as to justify the shooter's actions. There's a lot of people that grew up in broken homes, not ideal conditions, and they don't go out and kill people. Okay. But the thing is when you start to see these data points, these clusters start to ramp up, the question needs to be asked. And I think that's probably the first question on a lot of people's minds, and we're seeing it talked heavily in the news, is how do we solve these problems? How do we do X, Y, and Z? Until we look at those issues, there's a myriad of other things, yes, we can do that we know that's being talked about. Some I think is a fool's errand. But when we talk about this individual specifically, there were pre-event indicators. And then when you go into the fact of like, hey, I got an 18-year-old kid. He's, at the time of this taking place, he didn't have a job. I think, Rob, you had mentioned that you did identify he had been working at Wendy's or something like that. But, we talk about an individual here that's got over $5,000 in weapons. They say they were legally obtained. But where was his ID? He didn't have a driver's license. He didn't have a vehicle. He bought on his birthday 1,600 rounds. That's over 35 pounds in ammunition. He had over 60 magazines. I spent multiple years working in the Marine Corps Special Operations. I have quite a few M16 magazines. I don't have 60 of them. You know what I mean? There are a lot of things that took place, and so there was a mechanism, there was a logistics, there were other things that were taking place, and I will go ahead and say it, and I don't feel bad saying it. Somebody knew something was up, and as I think you mentioned, Rob, even the people he worked with, they called him school shooter or something to that effect. So the problem is, though, I think we're the disconnect, and I think that's a theme as we were talking previously before we started this call and this discussion. is breakdowns in communication. So we have breakdowns in communication of people close to the individual that know that there's a problem, but who do they communicate to? The whole, oh, well, if you see something, say something. Well, I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at, let alone who do I communicate it to. But then you have breakdowns in communication between school officials, school authorities, and then as obviously we get into, you know, the actual actions on the objective, as we would put it, when all those things take place, obviously there's some communication errors and breakdowns there. There's a few other things I could hit, but just in the essence of not trying to, you know, I don't want to hijack this call. I just wanted to start with that because like one that was very glaring to me, I saw the interview with the grandfather. He was very quick to say, oh, no. I had no idea he had guns in this house and so on and so forth. And it was very subtle on the back end. Like, I'm not even allowed to have guns in this house. Well, wait, hold on a second. So that means you're a felon and it's illegal for anybody occupying that dwelling with you to have that was very specific. And, you know, for me, I'm not saying that necessarily demonstrates any nefarious or devious intent. I do find it questionable. I would hope that some of these things that I brought up, that these things were taking place, these are questions that are getting asked by the investigators to try to look where these shortfalls occurred, because I think there's certainly more shortfalls that occurred prior to him even shooting his grandmother in the face. And that's just what I wanted to start with on that.
And that's why I didn't put a lot of that on my timeline. We could literally go back weeks, months with timestamps on this event because there literally were so many. Real quick, to answer the question just popped up on the screen, the threats and the comments to shoot his grandmother, those were reported to law enforcement. However, he made those comments to that girl that was overseas. So she did not know, she had no way of getting in contact or didn't know what to do with that information. So she reported it to the law enforcement in her home country, telling them they had to try and get a hold of U.S. authorities. There's no way anybody's going to get that information actioned on in minutes. That takes too long.
There's another question here in the chat for you guys.
Okay, so I guess I'll address that. If I understand the premise of that question, we're talking about theories of crime. We're also talking about predictive levels of crime. That was a post reform area into the professional era of law enforcement. Prior to getting into
it's also, we should point out, it's also known by a pejorative term.
Right.
It's basically, it got labeled as profiling.
Racial profiling.
Yes. And then the second word was added. And I think that, I think you were, I'm not going to interrupt you. I know you were going there.
No, you nailed it, brother.
But to kind of jump to the last page, that's why. Is even though it worked in law enforcement, even though it's worked overseas, even though it's worked in the intelligence community around the globe, as long as there has been an intelligence community, and we're talking going back 150 years, it took on a different flavor, especially in the 1990s, because let's not forget that the 1990s was the emergence of crack cocaine. It was the emergence of the power of the inner city gangs, and also of course when New York City got cleaned up, but we kind of pushed that off to the side, and it became a pejorative term. But I'm gonna let you were getting ready to do a deep dive in it, brother, so I'm gonna let you continue.
No, it's I think you distilled that very well, and yeah, it's the point is. And that's why now you're like, even with like what I teach, human terrain mapping, behavior pattern recognition. It's behavior pattern recognition. The simplest way I can break this down is for in the parlance of what this topic is actually about. Say I go to the range to actually do target shooting. When I adjust the rounds on my target, like where I'm trying to hit the target, I don't shoot one round and then adjust and then shoot another round and then adjust. I create a group. I create a shot group. It's science 101. I'm creating a set of data points. And so, especially with today's day and age, in the litigious environment that the 21st century law enforcement professional faces, you have to be able to demonstrate, to clearly articulate and defend your decision, whether it was reasonable suspicion or probable cause for your actions in accordance with policy and procedure and following legal, moral, and ethical frameworks. That is a lot for somebody to do in a millisecond. and those decisions that they have offer second and third order effects to them. And we're seeing that right now. So I think the biggest thing, that question brings up and highlights is people take for granted the level of trust, confidence, and skills that is required of a law enforcement officer in today's day and age. And they walk on a very razor thin line. And you're seeing it right now. Like, hey, we want you to be there to be able to stop the threat immediately and save my life when I call you. And in every other time, my interactions with you, I think you're a pig. I think, this, that, and the other. And I made the comment earlier, like, it looked like from the videos I saw, there was a fog of war going on for those officers in the inner outer cordon. And that's because we have emasculated the law enforcement in our country so much. I would not be surprised if there were several individuals there that were afraid to make a decision. And for all the different reasons, like if I'm going to get, adjudicated afterwards, right, wrong, or indifferent, no matter what I do, what's the incentivization for me to go in and act? Let alone the fact that, hey, it does take a significant amount of willpower. But judging the gentleman in this panel and me being just from my experience, it's one thing to be an internet tough guy on the keyboard and say, I woulda, shoulda, coulda, woulda ran into that room. But when somebody's actually shooting at you and you have to make that decision, it's not so easy to do. And so going back to what you were saying, Adam, I think that the benefit of the doubt does, those individuals are owed the benefit of the doubt. There's still a lot of information that we don't know. There's a lot we're seeing and is coming out. But until we can get to all that, I really think we're trying to hang. The reality is the shooter is dead, so nobody has the villain anymore. But we still want to know, hey, why did this happen, and who can we hold accountable for this? And that's why we're seeing a lot of what's going on both in social media and in the news media about this, because quite frankly, like, these are our children. This is our future. I have a small 2-year-old little girl. I got another one on the way. Adam, you mentioned you have children. Gentlemen, I'm sure you guys may or may not have children, but you don't have to have children to have this affect you emotionally. The problem is as a law enforcement officer, you are expected to be a robot, and you're expected to do the right thing every single time, regardless. But it's human factors. We're talking about human factors here.
Yeah, you made a great point there. We're not sitting here. We can Monday morning quarterback this thing till we're blue in the face. I don't think that's going to get us anywhere. You made a good point, though. I think public perception, plays a role in what this general citizenry expects of officers and how they expect them to perform. It's like you have, and I don't know what the size of Uvalde, Texas is. I'm assuming it's not massive.
Un poquito.
So, those people hear active shooter and they automatically think, well, you have a SWAT team showing up, it's LAPD SWAT, or it's, FBI HRT, or it's some very high level, high op tempo agency that does these all the time. And that's just simply not the case. We learned that the chief, the who took incident command, is a chief of a department of 6 officers.
Their SWAT team had 9, but I don't know if that's a full-time SWAT or not.
It's not. It's a part-time team.
Right.
So I think you made some great points there, right? It's what is the public perception of what are the capabilities of our law enforcement, and then to add on top of that, what is the current socioeconomic climate with us removing funding from law enforcement, and then we're seeing the results of that take fruit in. And I'm not saying, and I'm not hypothesizing that all of that led to this incident taking place. But what I'm saying is, I think these are things that can be added and can correlate to the totality of the situation.
So let's talk about a couple of things with that. So, and being being a physician, I'm a physician for a part-time team that I actually think I would actually put up against a lot of full-time teams. And everybody on this panel, a lot of people commenting have probably seen the difference between full-time teams and part-time teams. We're talking about a very small town. Typically, I don't know of any part-time team that gets together to actually work together more than twice a month. And I've even heard rumors that the Uvalde team gets 1 day a month because they have very few officers in that department. They have all their normal responsibilities. Plus, you're basically paying those 9 individuals 1 day a month to not be out on the road. And a lot of departments have a real issue with that. Getting enough training.
Time and manpower.
Yeah, even getting enough training, even for a full-time team, is really, really, really hard. So let's break it down. They have nine individuals. So that means they have a team lead and basically 2 4-man stacks. That's all they have. What are the we all know how hard it is. How many hours go into your sniper teams? Okay. And if they have sniper teams, then take 2 guys out of that equation already. So basically you have a team leader and 6 guys that are concentrating on CQB. So out of those 6 guys, how many trained breachers do you think they had?
Well,
I think we're lucky if they had 1.
I'll take you one step further, Doc, because the other big thing is somebody just threw up the size. Incidentally, my wife and I are looking to move. Texas is one of the places we're looking to move. We currently live in Eastern Washington. We were actually looking at 2 properties in Uvalde. So as soon as this popped up on the news, I was like, oh my God, because the one house we were looking at is literally 3 miles from where this took place. And just for those who may not have looked at that like Rob said, the elementary school was approximately 3 blocks from where the shooter was living with his grandparents. It was also that bisected. That was directly in between where the shooter was living, was directly in between the elementary school and the Uvalde Police Department. 2 miles further east was where the Customs and Border Protection Uvalde field station is. But one thing that really stuck to my head was, okay, the call goes out, or even like, yeah, I'm going to go to an elementary school and shoot it up today. There's 5 total schools that I could count in that area. So again, like, given I have a small agency and I have to, me thinking in the mindset that I think, okay, is it possible that this could be the hoax, ruse, or diversion? Like, we could have multiple schools being attacked right now. So what do I do as a manager or as like a first line supervisor or whatever? Do I immediately say, hey, I want 2 officers to go to every single school right now and check it out and see what's going on? Like, there's a lot of things in that calculus there. And then you add into what you were talking about, Doc, when it comes to the tactics that are involved with, okay, how do I crack this nut? Because very quickly, as things change, my manpower shrinks exponentially.
Yeah, and we're talking about a SWAT call up too. How many of those officers might have been on night shift before, or were on the road in another part of town, or had an off day that day? Now, I mean, typically, you think of 9. If you have a big enough team, 9 is kind of your minimal go number. If you have to do a call out, or if you're going to serve a warrant, 9 is a good minimum. So having a total team of 9 means at any given time, they probably maybe had half of that available. And again, their level of expertise, their level of training, through no fault of their own. I mean, you're always going to fall to the level of your training. It's not like you wave a magic wand and designate somebody a SWAT team that they all of a sudden, like you said, Adam, now boom, they elevate to the level of FBI HRT. It just doesn't work that way. Well,
and I think here's another key point that I think on this one, guys. It's not just the SWAT team that they expect to have that level of precision and professionalism. They expect every officer to meet that standard that they see on TV every night when they turn on the TV and they watch SEAL Team, or they watch SWAT, or they watch whatever show they're watching. They expect that if you make a shot, you're going to hit your target, right? Yeah. And Vaughn brought up a good point in the chat here. Let's see if I can find it. He basically said, is the public prepared for children being unintentionally shot by officers who go direct to a threat in an area where there's scared kids running around? No. Right? I think
who wants to be that cop?
Prepared for that anyway.
So, and I want to take a step back. We jumped into talking, the tactical team response. It was 2 officers that showed up initially, right?
Yep.
And the biggest thing that I've heard, all of the angry text messages and phone calls I've received was, why the hell didn't they go through and end the threat?
Yep.
Do anything they need to end the threat. The first officer on scene, we teach single officer response. Right,
and that agency has been trained in it.
There's multiple people here that are well versed in this besides myself, so I'm going to pass the torch. But we had officers that initially responded, and from that point, it was well over an hour before that incident resolved. And that's where I think a lot of people are like, "What the hell?"
So that's the big issue with it as well. This never should have been a SWAT situation. If your SWAT team's handling an active shooter, it's because you've allowed the situation to escalate and get out of control. Your first officer's on scene. That is the protocols that are in place. Not your first 4, not your first 3, your first 1, maybe your first 2, and if maybe by yourself, you get your butt in there and you deal with the threat. That is the protocol that is in place.
Well, that I think that asks a question then of what is, you start delving into some deeper stuff of like, well, what is the command climate, and what would cause an individual, and this is assuming that they had that training, what would cause an individual to break from that training to wait for guidance when, hey, you're the on-scene commander at this point, it's you and 1, go. Where was the breakdown? I think that's a question worth asking. I don't know the answer to it.
I would say lack of confidence, lack of experience. In this case, the on-scene commander had 8 hours of active shooter training that I've been able to identify, most of it in a kind of classroom type setting. That meant that his shooters on the grounds knew more than he did about how to deal with this.
So, and I want to touch on that in a second. Rob, did you have something you want to add there?
Yeah, I think Rob kind of touched on it there. I think it's very important to kind of tease that point out a little bit about the training itself. So, as I said, I got involved with active shooter training for police departments across the country, and the FBI got involved right after Newtown, and was extremely involved in that. Trained hundreds of departments and probably thousands of officers, and then additionally, our unit did some street survival courses around the country as well, and it was not unusual at all. As a matter of fact, it was probably more the norm than not that training was the only follow-on tactical training that the officers received in their careers. I think it's important for especially the members. I know there's a lot of law enforcement, watching and tuned into this broadcast because of the nature of it. But, to take a step back and address the general public, again, not making excuses at all for what happened, but it's important to understand sort of the setting. We were talking a little bit about the current climate of support and second thought and doubt in most officers' minds. And I talk about that a lot now as, we've seen a doubling in response times just to reported crime across the country, right? So we know there's something going on. We've seen a lot of the experience leave law enforcement in the last couple of years, post George Floyd, post, defund the police. But to get back to the training piece, again, ILET, which is a great course, MACTAC, Laser, all of them are very well designed, very well done, but it's 2 days, right? So it's 8 hours one day, 8 hours another day. And it's not like the entire 8 hours is completely jam packed with the best. Like there's downtime. There's time where especially like in ILET where you're going through the round robin training stuff. To get 16 hours of training once in your career, maybe is really not a lot. And again, the members of this panel, myself included, had the great opportunity to have tremendous amount of training opportunity at a very high level. But that's just not the case on average around the country, especially at your much, much smaller police departments and sheriff's offices where you have, a handful of deputies or police officers. So again, please don't take this as making excuses for what's happening. I just want to paint a more realistic picture of the level and the amount and the opportunity for training. My hope is that, the one takeaway that maybe the public has, and I'm seeing this from, not just departments and public, but from some companies as well. Hey, let's devote some dollars to training, right? Always the first thing that gets cut in any budget is training, because it's hard to prove that value. But the fact of the matter is most police just don't get much training time, period, much less specifically to devote to active shooter training. And this was a pretty complex, evolving situation that at least from what I know, and basically what I know is what you guys are seeing and reading to us. So, again, I think it comes down to—
This was a perfect storm.
It absolutely was. In some ways, it's sort of, when I heard about what happened, I was thinking back to the Pulse nightclub, where you did have a bunch of known injured victims who are exsanguinating, right? And yet it morphed into a hostage barricade standoff. And we still, at Quantico, we were looking at that. What is the training? How do you, what do you do? So we're not there yet. I can tell you we're not there yet. And when I say we, I'm no longer part of the FBI, which is the only reason I can talk to you right now.
I will say, when it comes to that, like the Pulse nightclub example and even this example, that the training is there, but it's hard to instill this mindset. Like, Alert and other organizations are pushing this, but that you go to the stimulus, and that stimulus may be a guy with a gun. It may be someone actively shooting. You're going to go deal with that stimulus. Well, even if that person's not shooting, if you have down victims, in the case of the Pulse nightclub, in the case of this scenario where for a fact you have wounded people in a classroom, you don't get the luxury of treating that as a hostage barricade. You have a stimulus, and that is a downed person. You must go to that stimulus. And therefore that threat, even though he may not actively be shooting, he is an active threat to that person's life. You have to still do your traditional direct a threat, or whatever verbiage you want to call it, and deal with it, because you're allowing people to die. You're allowing people to bleed out while you are waiting for something else to happen.
I will, Mike, before you jump in, just real quick, I do want to make a quick point, because the Pulse nightclub was something that was brought up to me prior to all of this as a counterpoint to we would never turn it into a barricade from an active shooter, and that's the counterpoint. I will say that there were aggravating factors with the Pulse nightclub shooting, in the fact that there was an active terror threat, and they believed that they had IEDs. So
correct, but and that's leads right into what I was going to say, Adam, which is one of the problems that I identified with the Pulse nightclub, if I may be so bold as to say that, is they were basically going down a checklist, and it's we can't get to C until we do B, and we're still dealing with B, which is this threat. C was all these people screaming and bleeding out in a room 3/4 of a mile from a level 1 trauma center, where the first officer on scene could have thrown someone over his shoulder and walked them to care. But that didn't happen, because, again, they were going down a checklist. I think it's a little bit different in this situation. I think a little bit of what we saw here, and call me an idiot, is what I like to call battlefield inertia. If violence of action is continuing and you're moving forward, you continue to move forward. The moment you stop, inertia takes over. They arrived at an outward opening steel door in a cinder block frame that was thin enough to shoot through, but thick enough to be a breaching difficulty for those who are not trained in breaching. They took rounds through it. They stopped. A highly experienced operator might have gotten on the radio at that point and immediately said, I need breaching tools and a ballistic shield at room 111. Now, I need harassing through the windows, right? Because he was intermittently shooting through the door and shooting through the windows, as I understand it.
Draw his attention, and get to work.
Yeah, and if you can shoot at above, and again, we're Monday morning quarterbacking, I get that. You shoot at above adult head height in that room, so you know you're not going to shoot any of the kids. That's going to give them at least something to think about. Or You're on a loudspeaker out that window trying to draw him away from that door. Anything that's going to divide his attention so you can stack that ballistic shield, breach tool. A big question I have, and I don't have an answer to it, is when did they ask for the key? How long did it take them? And I think part of the problem
they requested it. They requested the ballistic equipment right away upon that when they made that initial hold.
That was the right call. But again,
yeah,
does that department have one? Do they have two? Are they in a locker somewhere at the PD? Are they in the back of a car? And I don't know the answer to that question.
So
I don't either.
Yeah, there's a few comments in the chat. There's somebody in the chat who was one of the instructors that trained Uvalde PD in 2020 on active shooter, and they had mentioned in the chat that they did talk breaching. They discussed Halligan, sledge, and bolt cutters. They said they did not discuss shotgun breaching. That was something that came up in chat. And now my understanding with shotgun breaching is, and I'm not a breacher, so I don't know, but I've heard of incidents where there is a ton of collateral damage that can occur on the other side of that door.
Yes.
And so since there's
every breacher that I've talked to about this
stuff.
Yeah, every breacher that I've talked to about this, because I'm not one either. I was a demo guy, but before I ever got to go to Cephalic when I was in SF, so I never got to do the breaching thing. But every breacher I've talked to has said exactly that, is me putting breaching rounds on that door, on those hinges, on that doorknob, or even a small charge, not knowing, is he stacking up kids on the other side of that door?
Yep.
Yeah, again, that would have been an area where they still would have lost that battlefield inertia, because there would have been a whole discussion around that, and rightly so.
Well, and if I could dive into that just for a second, the battlefield inertia, because a lot of times, like whether, because somebody aptly brought that up, fog of war, battlefield inertia, we also call it momentum. And a big misunderstanding that we have sometimes when we talk about momentum in the operational space or momentum in the battle space, it means that I keep forward movement. No, what it means is that I control the momentum through use of tactical patience. So if I come up on a obstacle, all right, hey, the way this is going right now, this ain't working. Like Master Guns Padilla, you'd appreciate this. You being you ain't working. I need you to be somebody else right now. So in other words, if I beat my head up against the door, it's not working. I need to start getting real inventive real quick. And while we're waiting for those tools to get in, like you already mentioned before, Doc, like, hey, get some harassment going. Let's see if we can distract this guy. Or if we have to, hey, we might need to do a window breach or whatever the case may be. But that's a lot easier said than done when you start going down the toilet bowl and you start becoming induced with things like catecholamine toxicity, or as we call the combat cocktail. You start hitting that inverted U. It does impact your decision making. It is a lot harder to make these things in crisis or in extremis. And so the momentum, there are times when that momentum is lost, but what would have been ideal is realizing that, okay, hey, our momentum is lost here. We need to be multitasking. We need to be having some other things taking place here while we're focusing on this guy and trying to problem solve here. And I think what everybody's seeing through all these videos and some of the things that are starting to come out now from the investigation is people have serious questions or concern about that. So I just wanted to kind of dovetail into that. You also have to admit the fact that there are human factors that are taking place with these individuals that are affecting their decisions.
Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately at the end of the day, the whole discussing the breaching aspect, I've seen it pop up in some of the comments. I was going to bring it up anyway. All of it's ultimately mute, because at the end of the day, while they spent an hour and 40 minutes waiting for breaching equipment, they ended up using the freaking key that they could have gotten within the first couple of minutes. So, the argument of we didn't have breaching equipment, yeah, I get it. For the first couple of minutes, that might pose an obstacle until you found the key, which you did.
I think that goes back to that fog of war, though, right? I mean, they're in that mindset, and I doubt the simplest solution or the simplest answer is usually the best solution, right? For them. Do we have a key? That probably didn't cross their minds until way down the road, right? We need to breach. We can't breach. We have to get somebody here who can breach this door. It's like
if you go to their Facebook post, one of the recent posts from April, they showed a photo of the 9-person SWAT team, and they were talking about how they were going around to the specific buildings and schools in that area to get the lay of the land. That I think that would have been a good question to say, hey, well, we're getting the lay of the land for these different facilities. How do we access? How do we access if we're somehow locked out?
Yeah.
But I think that goes back to, and Doc, I'd love to hear your perspective on this, as well as the Robbs. I'm going to call you guys the Bobs now, so we can lighten the mood for here a second. But I'd be interested to see what the Bobs have to say too. Like, I think this also comes back to a level of sophistication with regard to planning. You know, I know I can speak for myself. Like, we take the planning process in the military, we take it to a very serious level. And it's not always perfect. We know the plan doesn't survive usually as soon as you cross the line of departure or the threshold. However, as long as I have the plan, at least I'm starting from somewhere. I have a baseline.
Yep.
And so I think that, you know, going back to my comment about the perfect storm situation when I was talking to Mr. Chadwick about that, is I think you have a lot of little things that stacked up that already took a catastrophe and just made it, you know, even worse.
What I have to wonder, and Lynn, and listen to you say that, I'm a firm believer, and I didn't quite put this into words until I started teaching defensive tactics and started working with guys like Jay Wadsworth and Chad Lyman, and one day I had like an aha moment, and I did an episode of my podcast on it, and I call it principles versus techniques. You know, you can teach somebody techniques all day long. And so a good example of a technique, you know, any rifleman in whatever branch of service, you learn an immediate, okay, you squeeze your weapon, it does not fire. You learn some type of immediate action. In the Army, that's slap, pull, observe, release, tap, squeeze, right? Tap, rack, bang is the new thing. How many times we've all seen this, right? Somebody has a double feed or a complete lockup where they need to mortar that rifle. And they do immediate action, it doesn't work, and they just do it again. They'll do it up to 3 times, right? Because they've learned a technique, right? So they're stuck in that feedback loop. Exactly, Lynn. They're going to keep doing that technique. Whereas if you teach them the principles of how to clear an obstruction in that weapon, clear a misfeed, clear a double feed, then they're going to understand it a little bit better. And it's the same with anything. We can teach, if you're teaching CQB techniques, right? Number 1 man this way, number 2 man this way, number 3, number 4. Here's how you go down a hallway. Here's how you clear a linear danger area. If you're only teaching the techniques and not the principles behind them, you're always hamstringing your people. And teaching the techniques, unfortunately, ends up being, oh, we've only got so much time, so I'm just going to teach techniques. And fuck, people are going to hate me for saying this, but I think honestly, it's the exact opposite. When you're limited on time, teach the principles and work on the techniques later. Because if you have sound principles, you can adapt.
Brilliance in the basics.
Brilliance, exactly. And then, exactly, once you understand the why, you know, we talk about drilling, and Adam knows that I hate the term muscle memory because it's such a fucking misnomer. It drives me absolutely crazy. But teach sound principles and then drill the techniques, right? Until you don't need higher cognitive skills to do them. But because you understand the principles behind them, boom, this technique didn't work. I now switch to principles. What are the principles of overcoming that threat? What are the principles in getting through or around this obstacle?
There was a couple comments in the chat about asking why the officers didn't call the fire department for breaching tools. And
that's in my notes.
few quick points about that one, and this is my perspective, and you guys please feel free to chime in. 2 things that I see concerns with that. One is that I would guess that most firefighters aren't cleared for hot zones, so they're not going to be coming in while there's a shooter with a weapon. So that's out, which means they have to pass the tools along to the officers. And I've single-handedly watched officers try to use a hoolie on their own without having me trained on it. And you'd think it's a simple tool, but it goes wrong really quick. So, and with the stress of the incident, trying to use a tool possibly for the first time, and that's a recipe for disaster and probably won't work. So that's just my personal opinion, but I'd love to get your guys' feedback.
Can I go first? Because I'm going to totally drop a bomb that's going to piss people off.
Sure.
I'm excited.
This illustrates one of the reasons I hate fucking rescue task force. Because a rescue task force always trains separately from the tactical team. Okay, yeah, they train together, but they're training as separate entities at the same training event. They're not doing real integrative training. And had you had a full-blown SWAT with a full-blown rescue task force in this exact situation, exactly what you just said, Adam, they're not cleared for the hot zone. So they would have been out there standing next to a fire truck with breaching equipment in it, and it wouldn't have gotten utilized. That's why teams that integrate their training, and I implore, if you're a team, number one, you should have direct medical support of some kind, and you should be doing integrative training. If you're doing active shooter scenarios, fire should show up. Okay. Number one, a big red fucking truck is an awesome barrier. Okay. That's a great place to hang out behind and plan. Number one. Number two, there's a lot of shit in there. You think you couldn't have sprayed a fire hose through those windows? You couldn't have used their tools to breach a door, to breach next door doors, to breach ceilings, to get up and above. I mean, this is a wealth of knowledge that you need to know how to utilize. And you're all on the same team. You need to be integrating each other in training. And this illustrates the point. Municipalities that do not integrate, do multi-agency integration in training, fail when the time comes. At the Las Vegas shooting, the rescue task force showed up, walked up to the incident commander, said, "We're the rescue task force. We want to go in and start picking up wounded." He looked him in the eye, said, "I don't fucking know you. I've never trained with you. Go stand over there till I tell you the area is clear." 67 minutes they stood off to the side until they were allowed to enter for that very reason. So
it's not conducive to initiative-based tactics.
Yes, exactly. So whatever format you're using, even if it is an RTF, integrate people in your training, and then you'll find out that, hey, this guy knows how to do this, that guy knows how to do that. Because your medics on my team, my medics are firemen and medics, so they know all that shit. So they'll bump it up. Hey, get out of the way, dude, and they'll stick that tool in there and open that door.
I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit when it comes to the whole rescue task force thing. Task force. So good points, but it's something you said at the very front end. So rescue task force, by its original concept, is a great idea. Rescue task force, in how most agencies have implemented it, has not been the way it was originally intended. Correct. In its true form, it's what you're talking about. True integration. Any cop, any firefighter that have never seen each other before, being able to come together and integrate and work together. How that gets implemented is just like you're saying, well, rescue task force is a team. It's these 5 guys and these 5 guys. And if those 5 guys, if those 10 guys aren't together and they're not on shift that day, well, we don't have a rescue task force.
Well,
that's bullshit. That's not rescue task force. Rescue task force is any cop, any firefighter.
A lot of agencies treat the rescue task force, sorry, I went down the wrong way, as this, in case of emergency, break glass safety blanket. So we're not going to think about it. We're not going to integrate it in training. It's just going to be there when we need it.
It's a badge I wear in my uniform now.
Yeah, it's a designation on my fit rep, whatever. It's and don't even get me started on some of these fat ass physicians that want to get excited about putting body armor on and say they're doing something.
Nir, I'm in the last chance, dude. I swear to God. I'm getting like texts and emails from people being like, "Is he okay? Like, what's going on?"
I apologize.
So I think you've heard some of the stuff in and out as you've jumped in and out. But yeah, any thoughts so far on the conversation?
I think I've jumped through a couple of words of about 5 different topics in this entire subject matter in the past hour. I sincerely apologize. I think this area hasn't recovered from the storm that took out all power in the past week. Hopefully I'm back. I'll try to just maybe reverse engineer a little bit. I hear we're talking about rescue task force, the integration of all the different elements of the whole bit, and that's fantastic and wonderful. Actually, just before I last cut out, Lynn, sir, I think I heard you make a statement. I don't know if any of you guys here are parents. I'm assuming you're making some kind of a correlation of, what if it's your kid that's in there, right? So I can kind of make a little bit of an assumption of where that came from. I'm going to just very quickly, being late to the party here, and I don't want to really, ruin the vibe of where you guys were going. I think that this entire, let me first start with this. All right, I've been dealing with the subject of active killer intervention for 25 years. I served in the IDF in Israel, specializing in that with my unit, law enforcement in Canada and the United States. I've been as an officer, as a recruit, through every single course and methodology and opinion out there. I've developed programs that have been adopted for solo officer intervention adopted by the FBI and by FLETC. I've done a lot with this subject. And I'll tell you where it really bothers me is that 25 years I'm sitting and I'm looking at where we are today. And I think that our entire community, and I'm going to volunteer the fact that I think I'm going to be more critical than anybody of ourselves and our community. And I think that's really the one thing that's lacking is we don't point enough fingers at ourselves in this line of work. I think that we have really, really overcomplicated the most simple of tasks when it comes to active killer intervention. If the Taliban parachutes into a city with 75 insurgents and takes over a building, and you've got something that resembles a 1997 North Hollywood shootout. All right, let's talk about integrating the paramedics and the firefighters and the armored cars and the everything else that's out there. When it comes to active killer intervention, it's really simple. The proposed goal, objective, when you open up every manual across law enforcement, is priority number one, stop the killing. But I don't really see that getting played out in terms of the way that officers are trained to do that. There's a lot of opinions and theories and tactics and formations and all this kind of stuff. And then we definitely see a big breakdown of that when it comes to the application in the field. It's I look at the videos and the pictures, and again, I'm not going to offer too much conclusive opinions because we don't have obviously the concluding investigation from Uvalde. But from bird's eye perspective and having the enough experience in this subject, when I look at pictures of dozens of officers standing out on the front lawn, ushering kids out, breaking windows to get kids out, dealing with parents. Pardon my language, pardon my Hebrew. What the fuck is everybody doing? You got two legs, you have a gun, get your fucking ass in there and complete the simple task of active shooter intervention, kill the threat. That's all it is. There is nothing else. There can't be anything else. There can't be anything else. You don't have that luxury. It's not a hostage rescue protocol. It's not a SWAT operation. This is the deficit of an active shooter predicament. We're coming in at not zero, but at minus, while the threat is well above in the plus. So you're already going in to a scenario that the odds are stacked against us, no matter what. It's not going to end up good. The objective is not obviously to, rescue every single person, because we can't do that. That defies what an active shooter attack is. It's to save as many innocent people as possible. And we're paralleling that against the attacker's objective. And whether we're talking about a mentally ill, a copycat, we're talking about a determined terrorist who has planned this for 10 years. Their only objective is to kill as many innocent people as possible. When you have 3, 4, 5 dead kids versus 20, 30 dead kids, the ripple effect is astronomical. And I'll plug in right now, just Lynn, from what you were saying. I don't come to this subject as I hate calling myself an expert, but having dealt with it for 25 years professionally, on a personal level, my family, we've been a victim of this threat as well. And March 19th of 2012 in France, the very first jihadist terror attack that took place in Toulouse, France, terrorists targeted a Jewish preschool, killed a father, Rabbi Sandler, his 2 boys, 3-year-old and 6-year-old Aria and Gabriel. Then he chased down an 8-year-old girl who was a student at the school, grabbed her, shot her dead. She was a relative of mine. So, I come to this from the utmost professional perspective, but I also come to this from a platform of understanding the consequence of what this threat is. I look at the parents and the pictures of the kids from Uvalde, and believe me, I feel that pain inside. I know exactly what they're feeling. And when we sit there and we're talking about an 18-year-old punk and dozens of badges with guns out there, there's only one thing that could have and should have been done. Every single person in there, you forget the environment, forget the periphery. It's not the place for it. It's not the time for it. You don't have the luxury for it. When you have a time span, I don't have the timeline in front of me now, but there was a time span of almost 40 minutes of officers on scene and contact. That should never have been. It should never have been. That is just proof of the fact that active shooter intervention, to whatever degree, I don't know what the PDs involved in Uvalde, really have in place as far as active shooter protocol, from their protocols, SOPs, TTPs, to their actual capabilities. But it's really, really simple. Stop overcomplicating things. You've got two legs. You've got a gun. You don't stop running until you find this threat and you put tons of bullets in it. Plain and simple. That's how simple it is. That's it.
Well, and to just dovetail into that, Nir, because you're right. We did speak to that point, and obviously we're dialing into what other details that we could do. But it's all over the chats too. I'm sure you guys are reading the ones that I'm reading too. And the fact of the matter is if when you get up in the morning and you look at that man or woman in the mirror and you're putting on that uniform and you are not entirely certain if you are going to be willing to put yourself in that position to go through that door and address the threat, then you might need to check yourself at the door and seek another profession. And I say that with all due respect, just because of the fact that I know how hard it is right now for recruiting and retainment of well-qualified law enforcement officers in our country. We're actually starting to see a denigration of our law enforcement, where it's going back to the Wild West days of where we're seeing more and more private security, privatization of security, which, that's why there was a reform era and professional era within law enforcement, because of some of the issues that arose from that. But, and I think that really speaks to as well, like what you're saying here is like, especially this communication issue on the back end of how these facts are being communicated. People are losing trust and confidence even more at a cyclic rate in our law enforcement. That's a problem. That's a big problem.
Before we jump into the comms and the post-event stuff, and I feel like we're getting to kind of the what happens next phase. I want to go back a bit to Nir, you brought up, and we've been skirting it for a bit. It's happening in the chat a lot. It's talking about the mindset of the officer. Obviously, and I'll say this front for everybody to hear loud and clear, is that we weren't there, so I cannot put myself in that officer's shoes at the end of the day. I can say I'd go claw, tooth, and nail through that door, but I wasn't there, so I can't say that as a certainty. That being said, is there a shot recorder on how many shots were fired prior or after the officers arrived on scene? My question simply is this, because do we know if the choice to
total of
barricade
142
resulted in further loss of life from actual more rounds going down?
I think that's a great point, Adam. Like I know the total round count was somewhere in the north of 142 rounds was what was the last thing I saw that was released, that total that the subject fired. But that does ask the question is like, okay, at what point in time was that loss of life because of a failure to, which is I think where we were at when we were talking about the rescue task force and things like that. Like, Doc, you'll appreciate this. Like I had an 18 Delta SARC medic that used to say to us all the time, he's like, that's bleed time, brother. That's bleed time. And so, the best medicine you can have, like you were saying, Nir, is to reduce the threat. I don't think there's a single person on this panel that would disagree with that statement, but definitely, we addressed that lag in there as far as what was taking place. But one thing, if I could touch on, I meant to hit it when we were talking about that transition of like, okay, wait a minute, are we in an active killer situation? Are we in barricaded subject? And even if we were dealing with a barricaded subject only, and this didn't already have an active killer thing that led to it, if we remove that just for a second, sprinkled fairy dust on it, like this guy still met Miniger's triad, and not to insult anybody's intelligence here, but specifically for the people who are watching this, Miniger's triad is Dr. Carl Miniger, God rest his soul, in 1996, talking about suicidal ideation and how that applies to dealing with an active incident. And it can go anything from like a suicide by cop, or in this case, we're talking about an active killer. And there's 3 parts to it. It's either a determination of, well, I want to be killed, I want to kill, or I wish to die. And it sounds like there wouldn't be much of a difference between a want to be killed versus a wish to die, but there is a slight variation in that. And so the best way I can explain that is like, okay, hey, if you want to come in here, you're going to have to kill me to do it. That's number 1. Number 2 is if you come in here, I'm going to kill her or them or however many people are in here. And then I'll kill you. Or if you come in here, I'm going to kill all them and I'm going to kill myself. Or the biggest one is, you know what? I'll kill them. I'll kill as many of you as I can kill. And then I'll kill myself. And when you met any one of those 3 prongs in Miniger's triad, and I believe it was Gavin DeBecker and Associates that released some of the stats on it, approximately, you might as well just go ahead and treat it as if it's about to be an active killer situation, because it's not getting resolved peacefully. That individual, that person has already tipped over. And I think this, smacks all the way back to the prevention right to the beginning, is when I'm identifying, like even something as simple, whether it's leakage on social media, or if say we worked in an office together, and Doc came up to me and said, hey, Rob said you and Near didn't get XYZ or whatever done, and you need to get it done. And I'm gonna say, yeah, well, you know what? That's Near's fault. That's not my fault. So that's number 1, failure to take ownership of my own issues. Number 2, if I say something to the effect of, yeah, you know what? Rob wants to say something to me, I got something for him about that. Or even something as simple as like me doing a security pat or indexing my hip, or say, yeah, I got a 45 for that. That is a form of mental coercion of me wanting to tell you, and that's what this individual did. I'm trying to explain to you how serious I'm going to take this. And it wasn't just in him you saw it. You could look at Cho from Virginia Tech. You could look at Klebold and Harris. You can look, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So I just kind of wanted to wrap that all into a little bow on that, because, this disparity I saw in the comments too of talking about that differentiation between an active killer versus barricaded subject. In my eyes to that, it's like, that stemmed from going to where you were saying, Adam, we started transitioning to, is those communications issues. Communications is the number 1 thing. And I've trained a lot of special operations and other agencies in my career. And whether I'm dealing with somebody who's a truck driver, basic law enforcement, or super secret squirrel, the number 1 friction point that anybody has anywhere in the world when it comes to operations is effective and efficient communication.
First thing to go down in a gunfight is your freaking call.
Can I talk about, Adam, can I talk about a training scar real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think a training scar that a lot of agencies have, a lot of individuals have, is you train kind of 2 scenarios. When it comes to a situation like this, you tend to train in one of 2 scenarios. One would be you arrive and it's active shooter, but he's a roaming shooter in a lot of these training scenarios, right? So you're moving as a team until you find him, until you interdict that threat and you take out that threat. And then the other way that we often train is the barricaded suspect, but the training scenarios for the barricaded suspects are almost always the same, unless you have a really good department that trains outside the box. And typically that is, you show up, they're barricaded, they're in there with hostages, and they're threatening to do something, and we're going to throw in the phone, or the robot's going to take in the phone. We're going to start this communication, and then communication breaks down. But in the training scenario, you've had time to get set up. You're ready to make entry, right? And that's we kind of skipped all that in this scenario. They arrived at the point that all of that was we'd already passed that point, right? Like Lynn was saying, he was already shooting the hostages in the room, I mean, for want of a better word. So they were kind of already at that point, but almost nobody trains for that. That you arrive and, oh shit, there is none of this. We're going to get the robot. We're going to get the negotiators. We're going to find out his cell phone. We're going to get the family here. All of that had already been bypassed. And unfortunately, we've already talked about momentum and inertia, and that's what we saw take hold. Another thing, I'm going to have to jump off here pretty quick, but another thing, and I'm not knocking anybody for this. I just thought it's something of note. And we've all talked about this, that as many as 19 officers were stacked up in the hallway. And, there is something that we see in the realm of emergency medicine, and one of my and I commented on it so often and so much that a friend of mine who's fellowship trained in pediatric emergency medicine, Guy and Hill, started calling this Simpson's rule. And I used to say that if I walk up to a room where a code is in progress, right, a patient in full arrest, I can tell the weight in kilograms of the patient by how many people are standing around doing nothing, because it's inverse. If there are 20 people in that little patient's room standing around and there's a wall and I can't even see the patient, I know it's an infant. If it's only 2 or 3 people in that room, I know it's an adult. Something about this type of tragic event draws people there, because we all have this need. And I think it boils down to, most of us are parents, but we all have this need to want to protect children. So we're all drawn there, but then there's a feeling of A, helplessness, and B, if I take the lead and make the decision on what to do on this and it's wrong, I fucking killed a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen that in physician and nurses' faces during a pediatric code. It's this look of sheer terror. And, and I've been blessed that I've never had to deal with any type of active killer situation similar to what we saw in Uvalde. But I can't help but wonder if something similar, all these guys, initially, all these claims of, oh, they were cowards, they didn't even want to go inside. And we know now that, there was 19 people in that hallway, which was probably 10 more than even should have been there, right? But I'm not knocking them for that, because again, you're drawn to that because kids are in danger, and I think that's what drew those officers into that hallway. But then you get there, and that sense of helplessness, and it's we're all talking about, hey man, somebody take charge. It's fucking hard, man. It is. When you're looking, I can tell you, walking into a hospital room and seeing a blue kid this big, it's hard to find your voice. It is. And until you've been there, I'd be really reticent, for anybody to throw stones in that situation. And one more thing that I wanted to cover, and this is not excusing anything in the situation, but I don't know if it was ever talked about that, the fact that part of their mind might have been looking at the fact that, all right, he is contained, might have taken away a little bit of sense of urgency, right? Now and Lynn, I see you shaking your head, because it's nauseating even to say.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
But it sickens me even to say it.
Yeah.
Like I'm tearing up saying it, because it's a fucked up thing to say. And it doesn't make it easier for the families of those kids. And I'm not excusing anything. I don't want it to be taken that way. But it does, knowing that he's going room to room, and that there's a chance to interdict him, and knowing that, hey, we got him cornered, man, he can't go anywhere. It's a different neurochemical reaction in your brain. And again, that's not writing a check to clear anybody. And it sickens me to say it, but I'm just trying to look at this. Since this happened, I've been trying to break this down from a psychological point of view, And I've deliberately avoided it because I started to go dark one time right after this happened and thinking about the kids and what they were going through, and I fucking have avoided it. But just know that all of those, not just those 19 officers in the hallway, but everybody is going to be bearing the fucking scars from this for the rest of their lives. Period. I got to take off. It's an honor to talk to all of you and be a part of this panel. Sorry that I have to go. Adam, thank you for having me. Guys, thank you so much for being here.
Anytime,
Thanks,
brother.
Doc.
Appreciate it,
Mike.
If I could caveat into what Doc just said, Adam, like some of what he's talking about. So when we observe having what's called a non-standard observation, there's a process that the brain goes through, and we call it the first 3 file folders. The first one is usually denial. Denial is no way, OMG, there's no way this can be happening. I could give an example of, with Cho, like you had, Cho's running around school in Virginia Tech shooting and killing people, and people are texting and on their cell phones and going, OMG, look at freaking Cho. He lost his freaking mind today. He's shooting people. It's like, dude, you should be running. You should be fighting. You should be hiding. There was only one person that broke through that feedback loop of those first 3 file folders, and that was Dr. Levieux Lebrescu. And the reason being is because he's a Holocaust survivor. And he barricaded the door to his classroom and started yelling to his students. That's why you saw the video of the students jumping out of the classroom. He's literally yelling at Cho through the door. And his last dying thing that he did for his classroom was Cho shot him through the door, and he died on his desk in front of the door, preventing Cho from getting into that classroom and murdering the rest of those kids in that class. And going into like what Doc was saying is like, okay, once I'm able to make it out of that no way moment, that I can't believe this is happening, there's no way this is happening, the next one that you'll run into is, thank God it's not me. And what that ultimately psychologically turns into is, well, wait, why was it them and not me, right? And that's where you see things like survivor's guilt, grief, PTSD start to manifest itself. And the one example that I use, that because I love using movie references, there's a part in Full Metal Jacket. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but in Full Metal Jacket, after the platoon commander dies, Stanley Kubrick has the camera facing up, and all the Marines are looking down around their platoon commander, who they respected. And Baldwin's character, Animal Mother, as everybody's going around saying all these platitudes about the officer, about the platoon commander, Animal Mother says, yeah, well, you know what? Better you than me. And the reality is that what's hard for us emotionally to come to grips with as individuals, and you'll see it in some of these officers, and especially you're going to see it in these kids and these teachers, the survivors and the families, is deep down in the back of their mind, in their limbic brain, their survival brain, they're saying, thank God it's not me. And that's my social filters up here. When that collides with that, that's where you're going to see some real significant psychological trauma occur from that. The last thing that occurs is, well, what can I learn from this non-standard observation? So the last example I'll give of that is like, okay, so you're driving down the highway, you're trying to get to work, you have a meeting, whatever the case may be. You start seeing brake lights stack up. You go, damn it, like I'm going to be late. I can't believe this. Denial. No way. Usually traffic slows down to about 30 miles an hour because the human eye is incapable of facial recognition that speeds faster than that. You look over and realize, hey, that's the southbound traffic. I'm northbound. Let's go, everybody, looky-loo. And as soon as you've seen enough information of that, and you can say, well, thank God it's not me, that's not anybody I know, traffic goes back up to 60 miles an hour. And that's what can I learn from this non-standard observation? So there's so much wrapped up into this scenario, this catastrophe, both from the pre-event indicators, I think it's something worth being said. Like, Rob, on one hand, you say, yeah, this guy, the shooter, like he doesn't deserve any notoriety for this. I 100% agree with you on that. But damn it, man, it's a shame that not only did all those kids have to die, but like, yeah, we lost this kid too. And I can't prove a negative. I don't know if any kind of intervention could have happened to where this didn't take place for this kid or whatever. But I think those are some of the deeper arching questions we have to start asking in our society, is like, why is this taking place? This wasn't taking place like this years ago. And I know the comments will blow up because people will scream at me for saying this. This isn't just about a gun thing. So
It's a
that's
murder
not to
problem,
say
not a
that.
gun problem.
That's not to say that I don't think that there should be, limitations and certainly oversight and all kinds of different things with that. I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole, but to just have the blanket answer, like we pinpoint it to this one specific boogeyman, this one specific thing. No, this is a collection of fractured mistakes, failures to comprehend, failures to communicate, failures to take action, not just at bang when this is taking place, but even leading all the way up to this thing. And now we're seeing where everybody's so focused now on this, it's going to take a while before we can actually, we also had a saying where SOPs are written in blood. This situation, mark my words, this situation is going to have huge second and third order effects to things that are already in place that are, I think both the Bobs would be willing to say, and Nir would say too, like, hey, there is things in place that can be effectively done and used to stop this when it's happening. Well, then, okay, then the next question is why? Then why did that not happen here? And it's going to take some time for us to wade through all this stuff to get to those answers and to make the adjustments.
I want to jump in here, and Nir, I'm going to let you. I'm going. Lynn, I don't know if it's just like a Ranger thing or something, but you like to jump to the fucking end. We're trying to have a discussion. Do this linearly, and you're like, oh, we're just going to jump to the end again. God damn it. We were talking about communication there for a second, and Nir, I'll let you go off on this, but what I would like to go back to the component of the incident, because I do want to talk about the 911 calls and some questions that I had fielded earlier that I want to address. So Nir, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I actually, all I know, all I'm passionate about, all I care about is the attack and intervention part of it. Everything else, I don't know. I'm not good at. I honestly don't care about. Let the experts deal with that. All right. So I'm going to go right back to that right now. It's a shame that Doc had to leave us, and he brought up a couple things I want to go in reverse here, touch up on. I think it's a relatively powerful analogy that he brought up, the comparison of the child on the medical table surrounded by all these nurses and doctors and medical professionals trying to help, but being afraid of potentially making the wrong decision and causing more harm than good. And then contrasting that to the 19 cops in the hallway, and maybe they felt the same thing. I can kind of see and understand the comparison, but I think we're talking about two completely different worlds and two completely different contexts. If I'm standing and watching a kid suffer medically, my heart would be in pieces because I wouldn't know what to do. It's on my domain, other than all the the basics of TCCC, first aid, whatever the case is. However, I know that if across the street I'm seeing a bully beat up a kid, I'm seeing a grown-up abuse a kid, I'm seeing, God forbid, an evil monster trying to kill a kid, the only thing that will take over inside and out in me is the immediate desire to run across the street and put myself between that kid and that monster. I think it's a completely different DNA that's got to come out. And so, I can't understand, the 19 cops. And again, I'm not necessarily assessing or passing an opinion on what went on in that hallway. None of us know. However, I'm just going to go off, various points that were brought up and potentials. I can't for the life of me understand anybody in that position. Forget for a second, taking the oath, having the badge, having the gun. This is what you decided to do. But as any good-hearted person, having hesitation for whatever reason of screwing up, of scrutiny, of bad publicity, of getting in trouble, of I don't know what, hesitating to freaking tear down the wall with your head if you have to, and getting in there and putting an end to the evil. Robert, I think you're going through the timeline at the beginning. Again, I was in and out, and I don't know if there's been any clarity on this particular aspect of the timeline. But I know, thank you. At Yeah, when was it? So 11.
Some of my times are a little off. I've caught a couple of typos in there already.
All right, cool. So what I got here is that at 11:35, the first three officers enter. They take shots,
Correct.
and then they back up. And then a short time after, I don't know what time it correlates to it, four more officers entered with them. By 11:44, so we're talking almost 10 minutes here. We've got probably about 10 officers in there, plus or minus. They take more shots and they again retreat to cover. It took quite a bit of time before 19 officers were stacked in the hallway behind a closed door. So forget the end picture there when this whole transition happened. And I'll comment my opinion on a transition from active killer to barricaded momentarily. But this whole 10 minutes of officers going in and out, you're taking some shots and you're backing out, baffles my freaking mind. You're taking shots. He's got access to you. It means you've got access to him. So on a tactical level here, which translates and correlates into mindset that always come up, that I'd like to open that can as well shortly. And on a tactical level, there's a fundamental flaw here with what was going on. Sorry, Robert, you were.
I don't think this ever actually transitioned from an active threat to a hostage situation, because the entire time he was an active threat. Even though he may not have been actively shooting and pulling the trigger, there were wounded kids, and you can't have the assumption of, oh, everybody's already dead. You know that shots were fired, so you have to assume people have been shot. You don't get the luxury of assuming that they're all dead. You must assume that there are people still alive. So he was an active threat from the first shot fired all the way up until the officers went inside of that room.
Yep.
In my opinion,
yep,
this never transitioned to a barricade, regardless how it may have gotten treated. It was never a barricade.
Well,
Agreed.
It shouldn't have. They transitioned it, and I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
There's no such thing. A barricaded subject is when you've got an armed guy that runs into a room, locks himself, and that's it. That's all there is to it, or it's a hostage situation. Never under any circumstance can you go in reverse in an active killer situation. Never under any circumstance there's such thing as a transition. And this whole transition thing, and again, the reasons being for that, again, just like you said, you have no clue who is bleeding to death inside the room. You also have no clue what in the world he's doing in that room, because you don't hear gunfire. It doesn't mean he's not in the process of killing people. He might have a knife, who knows? Because you don't hear victims screaming. You look at Columbine. You look at the footage when those two were walking around the classroom and students were hiding under their desks, covering their faces because of that psychological effect of, if I can't see him, he can't see me. Yep. And they were groveling and they were squealing and they were sniffling and they were crying, but it was barely a peep. These guys would come under the desk. They'd even fire a shot, and you would hear students trying to suck contain their noise in fear of maybe he's going to see me next. You're in the same classroom. So the whole, and again, this goes back to my philosophy of how law enforcement have completely overcomplicated this whole thing of active shooter intervention, active killer intervention. Get rid of the SWAT teams. You don't need them in this. By the time SWAT arrives, it should be over. All right, there should be no room for existence of any of these tactical theories and protocols and barricaded anything. If it starts out as an active killer situation, it ends that way. That's it. As far as training scars, as far as things that kind of contribute to this phenomenon of having to suddenly impose this concept and theory of transition, I have seen things as simplistic as, you go to the majority of all the kill houses in the nation where people train, the majority of them don't have doors on them. They don't have doors. So you've got a scenario that happens, and everybody is used to, the officers are used to running up to the door, doing whatever the methods are that they go in, and everything is one continuous flow. All of a sudden, you throw a door in there, and the door shuts on them. There's a lot of programming of, well, everything just changed. The scenario changed, the context changed, all of a sudden because a environmental variable suddenly comes in. And I have unfortunately been witness to such incidents in the field, where we had one instance where a terrorist entered a village, started going house to house killing. the primary response unit, one of our top tier counter-terror units, made contact in the house, chasing down the hall. He shut the door of a bedroom, and they decided to do the worst thing you can do in these predicaments, to think. Stop thinking. They left it. They decided, let's back up. We don't know what's going on. They knew he had a grenade on him as well, but they changed everything. Fortunately, there were no family members that were in that room. They made the entry level. But that is one of the biggest errors that exist. You never reverse out of an active killer situation. It remains that way from start to finish.
A few points. There's a quick question in the chat about is it federal agents that respond to active shooters or active threat situations, not the local PD? And I said, and the answer to that one's real simply is when something like that happens, whether it's a shots fired, an officer down, an active shooter, it goes out on the net and it's all hands on deck. Every single person with a radio that hears it is going to be there. So
it was a special circumstance because of the geographic location of Bortac and Borstar in the area that occurred.
Yeah.
You could say the same thing about Trolley Square Mall in Utah. It was dumb luck that there was a SWAT team staged across the street when that event went out. So within 5 minutes, you had a full tactical team. That was coincidence.
I will say this: if we'd never even done introductions at the beginning of this, with the amount of information that he takes in and doesn't share, could you guess that Chadwick worked for the Bureau? I don't know if that's I don't know if anybody else noticed that, but you've been quiet there for a while. But I'd love to get your thoughts on this.
Well, so obviously, again, really enjoying listening to the perspectives of these other panelists, and the one thing I think we can all agree on, I would think everybody on the chat as well. We just 100% agree things didn't happen fast enough in Uvalde, no doubt about that. I think we need to figure out going forward, and I think the purpose of this discussion is why, what happened, where's the failure. I think it comes down to training. How do we change training? How do we make it more affordable? Because at the end of the day, to do a mass active shooter, quality training program, you're talking dozens of people away from their, everyday job for at least a full day. So, I'm excited somewhat. I've been kind of monitoring the chat bar as well, and there's been some great comments there. And some people are saying that technology is not the answer, mindset's the answer. Yes, it is. It's the mindset of the person on scene, but we have to build those people. You have to put them through those experiences. And I think, when we talked earlier this year, we were talking a lot about the technology that's coming online and some of the virtual reality training. Different companies are really pushing the envelope, and I'm excited to see, you can get a virtual reality headset now, and some of these programs are just incredibly immersive, and you can have somebody train for, maybe it's 20 minutes, maybe it's roll call training or whatever, versus, taking a complete squad of policemen offline for a full day or two for this, training. I think that, we really have to reevaluate how we're going about allotting our training time, which is by definition extremely finite. Again, everybody on this panel here has had the extraordinary good fortune to have a tremendous amount of training time and experience and budgets. It's just not the case for your rank and file policemen in the United States, period. I think, though, as a society, we have to invest, in technology that would allow us to provide some of this super high quality training. Because the one thing that technology does do is it is equal across the board, right? So you can take a high quality piece of training and give it to a very low budget department, and they get the same training because it's designed by a master instructor, it's vetted by a team, it's put together well. And there you get that high level sort of continuity of training where you don't get in your personality driven training scenarios, right? So you can go to some training at a really tremendous high level academy, or for some really great instructors. you can do the same exact scenario with some really crappy instructors and get totally different outcomes, right? So I think, there is a very, very important place for technology. And again, the VR stuff has really, really come a long way in the last couple of years. I think it's important for, us as a group and everybody's in this chat to devote our time to, okay, how do we then incorporate that into something that, one, is high quality, and then we disseminate that to our frontline operators across the board, not just the Fairfax County Police Department is extremely well funded, right? It's a very, very well-to-do area. I would imagine Uvalde, Texas is probably not. I don't know, but it's not a big department. I doubt they have much of a training budget. I doubt their training officer, whoever that is, has had a whole lot of experience. So I think technology in a training setting is critically important. When I first came up, the old FATS machine, right, with the screen and the choose your own adventure, that was amazing, right? But now you have this completely immersive world where you plug in and you can get the benefit of absolutely top-notch instruction from the other side of the planet, whether it's the Israelis who have a tremendous amount of experience in that. Get those scenarios, incorporate those, get alert, get laser, get Mac, get everybody to bring the absolute best and put them online so that these officers and deputies can experience that training, not once every few years for a few hours with maybe a substandard instructor. Now you've got an opportunity to be in front of a world-class instructor with world-class vetted training, right, that you can do 15 minutes before roll call and do it over and over and over again. I think that's kind of, I don't think anybody in this panel would argue that what happened in Uvalde was ideal. Certainly it wasn't, right?
Oh, Jesus.
I want to touch on something that Bob said in a second.
One question, real quick, before you jump in there, Rob. If only there was an organization out there that was focused on getting every officer access to the best trainers in the world. I don't know if there is one that exists, but I'm thinking. No, I'm just fucking with you. Okay, Rob, go ahead.
So I definitely agree that training's the thing, and I work for a training academy. I spent most of my career in training. And training is the first place that we start cutting budgets in law enforcement. That's right. That's the reality. But I think that excuse only gets us so far. So this is kind of a soapbox topic of mine. So I'm going to kind of go off on a tangent and then I'll dial it back in. Officers using the excuse of, well, my agency didn't send me to training or whatever. That's bullshit. Get off your fucking ass. Dial into your pocket. This is your career. Invest in yourself. You have a responsibility to yourself, your community, your department, and your partners to be the best that you can be. And the excuse of, well, my agency didn't give it to me is lazy. If you've got to go get it yourself, then get it yourself. But at the end of the day, you have to invest in yourself and making sure that you're the best officer you can be. Now, is that the ideal solution? Should our departments be doing that for us? Of course. But at the end of the day, you can't use that as a crutch of, well, nobody gave it to me. No. Now, there are resources that are out there. There are, we get it that training gets expensive. There are agencies out there that do this training for free. Alert is a 100% free program funded by the Department of Justice. There are other organizations, one of which that I work for, that does 100% free training for law enforcement. So there are training programs that are out there that don't cost anything, but you've got to take that first step. You've got to take that initiative. And I'm sorry, but if you're not even willing to take the initiative of going and looking for training or trying to make yourself better, which, that's kind of the definition of a professional, then you're in the wrong line of work. You're a danger to yourself and everybody else.
On that point, and if we're gonna transition this and talk about the training components and all that kind of stuff, things that we can and should be doing, I want to talk about two things. One is I want to talk about training for officers, but I also want to talk about training that we give to the general public, whether that be schools, children, businesses, and things like that. But I do want to go back because I have to touch on this because it's been bothering the shit out of me, is these 911 calls. Because it came back to me a few times, people saying, well, there was 911 calls being made from the room saying that children were bleeding, things like that. They had been shot. I think that people misunderstand how that communications net works. And I think people have to be just be made aware that realistically, there's a very high probability that even though there was 911 calls being made from the classroom that went to dispatch, you have to understand that the chances of that message being transferred and relayed to incident command and then to the operators on scene correctly
Black Hawk down.
Yeah.
is very, very low. So that message, as much as it got out, the chances that it got to somebody that could action it, there's a chance that probably didn't happen at all. And so now I'm not saying it didn't happen because I do not know. We don't have that information.
We don't know.
Commander was directly patched in.
That's part of the stuff that they're not releasing right now. We do not know if the incident commander was provided that information. That's still part of the ongoing investigation.
So, but that's a lot of people are saying, well, if you knew that, why wouldn't you go in? There's a chance that they didn't know. As far as the officers knew, every kid in that classroom was already dead. So
again, though, you can't make that assumption. I
understand.
I get that's the counter argument to it, but you don't get that luxury.
Devil's advocate, right?
I know, and I'm going to yell at you.
Well,
I get that's the counter, that they weren't provided the information, but they did have the stimulus that they were provided on scene of shots were fired in a classroom. Therefore, every bullet has a body attached to it. Therefore, there must be wounded. Therefore, I have to go save a life.
Yeah, there's implied tasks and continuing actions, and that's why you have sayings like a room is a room is a room, right? Hallway is a hallway is a hallway. There's a reason for having a multifaceted approach to all the things that I do, so that I don't have to waste my bandwidth, whether, and we're talking about channel capacity here, right? And multitasking. I don't have to waste my bandwidth on thinking too much in depth on some of these things. Action versus reaction. We're talking about reactionary gap and things like that. So I do say, though, I appreciate the fact that Adam is playing devil's advocate on that, because again, to like the information flow, and I could use a couple of different examples, because, and Adam's probably going to get mad at me for this, but there's a reason why, for those who are not law enforcement centric, there's a reason why there's a lot of this information that's not out, because there could potentially be criminal, for lack of a better term, malpractice that comes out of this. So we're talking about things like for officers, we're talking about Loudermill rights. We're talking about Weingarten rights. We're talking about Garrity rights. So we're talking about rights that are extended, to officers, because we're talking about being in a position of, in good faith, trying to make the best decisions that they can make. Well, they have the same rights that we enjoy, whether it's Fourth Amendment rights, Fifth Amendment rights, 14th Amendment rights. Those things are expressed in that case law, and it's important to understand that. And even going a step further, like, because we talked about this on the call, like people started making accusations about like, well, the chief of police or the Uvalde police are not cooperating with investigators. No. They're, like you said, Rob, they're not cooperating and giving information to the media, because anything taken out of context could extremely skew any type of further investigation, because it's bad information. And even for that chief of police, like we could just say, for the sake of argument, he's the worst chief of police in the world. Just saying that, right? At the same token, he still has those rights afforded to him. And the things that are important as this investigation rolls out is that it is done in the correct way. Like I could even use Chauvin as an example. If we get into a rush to pass judgment on whether it's the officers or anybody else, you take the chance now of tainting an investigation, and then an individual that should be reprimanded or otherwise, whatever, criminally or civilly be held accountable or liable, that would now all get thrown out of the window because the investigation itself is tainted. So I hope I didn't overstep again, Adam, on that, but I think it was an important thing to bring up.
That's exactly right. I want to jump in on that point, and this is something that I had a conversation with somebody prior to this call taking place yesterday. And I let you and everybody here who's on this call knows about the way I've put this together, and everybody watching this, if you haven't been exposed to ILET before, our goal is to use scientific backed evidence in every decision that we make. And one of the things that we've been pushing for, and as an industry, everybody on this call and a lot of you in the chat, you guys have been involved in these conversations with me and with everybody else, is that we are trying to push the narrative of rush to judgment of officers on use of force incidents until the investigations are concluded and we have all of the evidence. It seems like everybody seems to forget that when something like this happens, and we go, yeah, but it's kids involved, so they fucked up. You know, take your own medicine for a second. We need to wait for this investigation to play out before we come to a conclusion on our decisions on it. And now, right, wrong, indifferent, that's going to play out as it is. But if we've been pushing for a long time this narrative that we should not be rushing to judgment of officers that are involved in incidents, we have to take that same approach with something like this. Yep. As terrible and as horrible as this is, we still need to take a step back and wait for all of the evidence to come up.
Oh, cops are the worst at judging each other. We say that, we get prejudged, or people make all these judgments on us. Yeah, go to a roll call, go to a police locker room. Tell me who's judging people worse. I promise you, it's us. We're our own worst critics.
Yeah. All right.
I hate to do it. I have to put the kiddo down. But I do want to say I sincerely appreciate getting to meet all you gentlemen, even virtually. Thank you for the opportunity, Adam, to get to participate in this. And I look forward to doing more in the future with you guys. And if anybody needs anything from me, feel free to reach out to me directly. And I think that's the biggest thing, since I'm kind of exiting right now, that I can say is we have to remember, as not just Americans, but, because this is obviously a specific thing that happened here in America, but even just as human beings, giving each other the benefit of the doubt. And, we're the ones that have to solve these problems. We have to work together, and we have to be willing to have the tough conversations like this and disagree, while at the same time maintaining a level of respect. And so for me, it's refreshing to be a part of something where we can have a group of individuals come together like this, maybe disagree on some things, but still in the effort and the essence to try to do some good and make some changes for the best.
Well, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for being here, as always. And just, I'm going to take the time now, before I forget, if anybody here who's watching this video, you're on live and you're wondering how to get a hold of any of the gents here that were on this panel, get a hold of ILET, or you have any questions, or you want access to any of the stuff, we have a lot of resources between the panel of us that have already put together. We didn't show everything. We've referenced a few things. We have all of those resources. So if you want access to that, please just reach out to me, and I'll make my my contact information available after this. This video will be saved on YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. You can go back and watch it. In that comment, or in the description of that video, we'll have the links to everybody here, their websites, their LinkedIns, and my contact information directly. You can contact me and ask any questions you have, or if you want access or an introduction, please go ahead and feel free to do that. So it's adam@ilet.network. But like I said, it'll be in the comments after all this whole video. So Lynn, brother, if you got to take off, Godspeed. We'll see you on the next one.
Semper Fi, guys.
All right. So with that being said, we're 2 hours in on this, and I feel like we've touched on a lot of things. One thing that keeps getting brought up is the training. So I want to talk about that for a bit, because obviously that's my passion. You guys all know that. We know that there was gentlemen in the chat here who did training with Uvalde Police Department in their active shooter in 2020. We know that it was publicly released that the incident commander, the police chief, had taken the T-Cole active shooter program. I believe it was in last December. And that's an 8-hour, pretty much pure academic program.
So it's a gentleman's course.
Yeah. So command coffee course.
I've been through it.
And I want to talk a bit about training. I want to talk about, just for people that maybe don't know, I want to talk about what is the current standard right now in the United States. And if it does vary state by state, federally, municipals, I want to know the differences there. And you guys have that background to lay that out.
Yep.
Even internationally, and Near, obviously I'll lean on you to talk, Canada, talk other countries. And then I want to also talk about training that we're giving the civilians, the run, hide, fight, which I have a massive issue with. So we'll get into that. So let's start with the police training, maybe. And Chadwick, why don't we start with you, brother? Why don't you give your 2 cents on that?
Okay. Well, I can tell you that, from my background with the Bureau, again, we got involved with the ALERT program. So right after Sandy Hook happened, basically the president at the time, President Obama, wanted to, again, just like we're doing today, what can we do to stop this, right? To change, to stem the tide. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was a directive to the FBI to begin a 3-phased training program. The first of which was sending 100 initially senior tactical instructors down to Texas State at the ALERT compound. Basically, they picked ALERT because they were basically ready to go, off the shelf for the most part, in line with what the FBI's tactics looked like. And we used them as a partner to train our instructors. We went through there, train the trainer. And then since that time, the FBI has been a major partner with ALERT. And I think the ALERT website, indicates, hey, we're the national standard. And I wouldn't dispute that. I think having been through pretty much all of the major active shooter response programs, they're extremely similar to one another in principle. And, the fact of the matter is, trying to get all these different departments on the same page is impossible, right? It's just not going to happen. You've got such a disparity in, the amount of training time available, the time that the officers with the department. So, to say that there is truly a national standard, I think is probably a little bit of a misnomer, in terms of, talking to the general public, right? ALERT is a great program. I'm very much a supporter of theirs and been very much involved in their program. Like I said, the others are very, very good as well. But all of them are fairly finite. I mean, it's, 1 or 2 day course where, again, the average officer that we trained was their first, tactical training of any sort post academy, probably 50% of the time, right? There were officers that I had that had been out of the police academy for over 20 years. That was the first time they had any sort of tactical training, much less active shooter specific. So I think that while ALERT and MACTAC and Laser and all these other programs have done a really great job of trying to spread the word as fast as possible and spread the training as fast as possible, it is such a resource intensive lift, so to speak, to get that training out there, right? To get the officers off the street for a day or 2 or 3, to get the trainers involved, to the town that can run the training iterations. It's a massive lift. I don't know how we speed it up other than technologically. I've been kind of looking at some of the comments and your listeners or whatever, your commenters are right. VR is certainly not the answer. It's part of the answer, right? It's got to be a holistic approach, like incorporating the technologies come down, tapping into some of the great instructors that are out there and recording them, right? Because a great instructor, right, if he can only get in front of a few hundred students a year, that's it. All right. So I think we have to take advantage of the technology that we have, get some funding into those departments that are underfunded, and I spent the bulk of my career with the FBI in South Carolina. It's a great state, very, very law enforcement friendly state, but it's a relatively poor state, right? Very low tax base. The officer salaries in South Carolina are very low compared to the rest of the country. And the training is also, one of the lowest funded things. So, like I said, alert, great. You asked about a national standard. I would say it's probably alert in the United States. I know they've trained probably at least a dozen countries that I'm aware of. I've taught it overseas several times myself. But in terms of everyone being on the same page, that's not the case from what I know.
It's a nice goal. But when you're talking, what do we have? 250,000 police officers across the United States, scattered across however many thousands of agencies. Most of those agencies are 12 officers or less. Really, standardization is real difficult. But like Rob was saying, he was one of the first 100. I spent several years working for Alert myself. One of their national instructors, traveling around the country with them. And, as far as a national standard, that is within the United States. That is the closest thing that we have to a national standard. It's considered the baseline of what every officer should have. And I had the same experience he did. I'd have students going through my class, even out of my own agency, that was it. That was the only training they've done. And then once I trained them, I did that training. I trained my department up in 2014. And that was the last time those officers got that training, because now it's something else. Oh, here's the new hot topic item of this year. This year it's riot control. This year it's cultural diversity, whatever. And
don't forget all that implicit bias and de-escalation training.
Yeah. And now, so you just got to constantly, you say you're going to follow up with it, and you never really do, because something else comes up. And so you get one shot. That's the reality of law enforcement training, is you get one shot at it, because most agencies are going to look at it and go, oh, hey, I've got another active shooter class coming up, or I've got access to another active shooter class. And they're going to say, oh, well, Officer A, you've already been to this class, or you're already active shooter certified. Yeah, sure, it was 15 years ago, and the world has changed since then. But Officer B, oh, well, you've never been. Well, Officer B is who goes, and Officer A gets forgotten about, and because he's already checked that box.
If I could jump in there too, sadly, one of the things we saw, from the Bureau's perspective, not only with the alert training we would do, but the street survival courses and the other training we would offer, I can't tell you how many times we would come to a town, offer a training course, and the department would send their SWAT guys to the training because they didn't want to embarrass the department by sending the ones that really, really needed the training, not the SWAT guys. But it was
we're never going to be there.
Yeah, the high performing officers get to go to the specialized training, and it would drive me bananas. But that was the case so many times, sadly.
Yeah, I agree. I had the exact same experience. So kind of to address that question, it happens, but. Again, to be honest, there's a lot of egos involved when you're talking about administrations. And so I've worked with some agencies that are real good at partnering with their surrounding agencies. And I've worked with agencies that will not even talk to the sheriff's department that encompasses their city. They hate each other. And that's on the street level. That's who's backing you up. And they hate each other. So a lot of it's ego. A lot of it is perception of reduced funding of, oh, if I work with these guys, they're going to take part of my funding. That's BS, but that's what they perceive. And then it's territorial. Everybody wants to hold this is my piece of the pie, and no one's going to come in and take it, because I'm not really all that confident that I even know what to do with my piece of the pie. And Lord knows I don't want somebody to figure that out and point that out. So I'm going to shield my piece of the pie so that nobody else can look at it, because otherwise they realize I have no idea. That's a huge part of it. I think too,
and you guys can speak to this a little bit more than I can. Obviously, being up here in Canada, it's not as much of an issue. I mean, Near, you can tell me. And Jim's question there as it came in, but I've heard like firsthand accounts of trying to get multiple agencies to work together, and if you have like a municipal agency and a county agency, the municipal agency is very, very democratic, and they are very blue, and then the state level agency is very, very red, and they don't work together very well. So politics, I think, also plays a little bit of a role in that, which is unfortunate, but it's the case, right? Everybody, like you guys have said, has to cover their ass. And so that's just the status quo, unfortunately. Near, what's your thoughts on the on what we do up here and everything else?
Oh, I have thoughts.
Go ahead, dude.
Sure. So a couple things. I'm going to first of all caveat something here, because I always take a lot of heat, mostly behind my back, of people saying, yeah, well, he's biased because he's XYZ. So I'm going to first caveat the fact that I'm as much of a globalist as it gets when it comes to this line of work. Again, I've served in military, law enforcement, and in security. I've served in Israel, the U.S., and Canada. I have been officially indoctrinated, trained in all the methodologies, theories, opinions, tactics of all three of those countries. I've really been filled up and trained and acquainted with and become knowledgeable very intimately with the way everybody does everything. So, I'm not just in one kind of category, one country, law enforcement, SWAT in the US or Canada, and this is how we do it. And then I kind of touched up, taking YouTube courses and who knows whatever else courses with other theories and opinions to kind of say that I've been exposed to things. I've really been exposed to things. So I'm going to talk about a lot of everything that you guys have all said about training. I mean, it's bang on, it's 100%, no questions about it. That's a lot of the peripheral stuff. My passion and interest is, what are we actually being trained in? What are we actually training our officers to do? That's all I'm going to comment on here. I've got more than enough to say about that. So first of all, there has to be a very clearly defined objective in any subject. In any subject, you got to figure out why you're doing this training. What is the objective at the end of the day? If to give somebody a hug, it's to give somebody a hug. If we're talking about active killer intervention, again, it's very simple. The threat's objective is to kill as many innocent people as possible. And our objective, as it's stated in line 1 of every active shooter training manual across North America, it's to save as many lives as possible. But are we really being congruent with that in terms of the modality to make that happen? Once you have the actual objective, you got to make sure that you are developing a methodology, tactical methodology that is supported by the tactics and the strategies that never deviates from that objective. And I'm going to speak again, partial only to the fact of what I have observed and witnessed and have been through in the last 25 years. The majority of the training out there is polar opposite the objective of saving as many innocent lives as possible when it comes to the issue of active killer intervention. So what do I mean by that? We in Israel, in the 80s, early 80s, we started getting hit with targeted attacks against our citizens, schools and shopping malls and hospitals and airports and on the street corners, because we fortified entrances. You can't get into any facility to carry out an attack anymore. The number one most important thing is that that facility, that potential target, the school, whatever it is able to identify and prevent an attack, denying the threat from entering. That's the most important thing. We've mastered that. So most of all the attacks happen in the street, at the bus stops, at the entrances to the malls, what have you. And very earlier on, we learned a couple things. Number one, as we actually touched up on very earlier, Lynn opened up the channel to this, is that the ripple effect of an active killer attack is very vast. It goes far beyond just the immediate victims. It spreads out and affects everybody. You don't just have a classroom that's effective, you have a whole school, you have a whole community. It causes a multitude of peripheral issues that do affect society. So by virtue of that, again, the threat has to be made contact with and terminated as fast as possible. That's number one. Number two, the absolute fact of the matter is that when an active killer strikes, they are striking inside or at the target. The first responders are the people who are there. In many instances, unfortunately, it's the actual intended victims. So, our citizens of society, those who are in the schools, as an example, have to really be empowered in every single which way to do the job that they expect the police officers to do, because the police officers are not the first responders in an active killer attack. It's the intended victims. But let's go to the officers for a sec, because that's what we're here talking about. When we talk about the response, as we have learned in Israel, is that the end of the day, bottom line, first person on scene who's got 2 functioning legs and a gun is the one who is responsible for putting an end to that threat. That's the only way that it works. It doesn't work any other way. And that is where our methodology came from, and that is where it has been for the past 30 plus years. Everything in our methodology is based on the solo individual response, whether it's a police officer, a soldier, whether it is a government security agent, whether it's a private security guard, whether it is the armed citizen. If the active shooter methodology that you are employing, teaching, that you are learning is not based on the solo officer, you're not congruent with the objectives of active shooter intervention. Because let's talk for a second, we debate and talk about how things are done places. There's protocols. I know that every time I teach, I run tons of courses. And so, a lot of all of my data comes from all of my students on the courses, all law enforcement. And, there is, there always has been a policy of you will not intervene unless you have X number of officers on scene. There have been, several agencies over my experience that have said, you're first on scene, you go in. That's fantastic. When I started hearing that that's the mentality that's taking place, and that, it was only maybe 5-6 years ago that mentality really started to seep in. It takes a long time for us to learn, unfortunately, and to start to ripple out the response of what should be done. That said, there isn't really any training for solo officers out there. It doesn't exist. Either they are trying to fill the single officer response with SWAT tactics. SWAT has nothing to do with active killer intervention, period. They got to stick to arrest warrants and bench presses at the gym. That's what they were designed for, and that's what SWAT knows how to do. They also will never be on scene, so everything has to fall into the hands of that first responder, the uniformed officer. SWAT tactics do not work for active killer intervention, and most certainly SWAT principles are team-oriented. You are not in a tactical environment where you're talking about an active killer incident. The situation in itself completely deteriorates everything that's required to keep everything in a confined, controlled team application, whether it's formations and communication and all that kind of stuff. So everything has to be based on the solo officer.
Hey, Nir, real sorry to cut you off, dude, on solo officer. Robb Chadwick has to jump off here, so I'm going to give him a second to give his last thoughts, and then I'll let you jump back into solo officer. Robb, go ahead, dude.
Oh, man, I hate to interrupt. I was fascinated, but I do apologize. I have to jump off. I think I'd love to start this conversation again with this panel and some of the others that were on the sidebar. They were also obviously very well informed. I think it comes down to we have to train principles, like we were talking about earlier, right? It's the minutia and all the different possibilities. We have to train that first principles to everyone initially, and that's going to be a Herculean lift, right? So again, my background with the FBI, I know as I was rolling out just a few months ago, one of the big things we were wrestling with is how do we with the FBI, and we had close to 800 tactical instructors on board. How do we train our own people? With roughly 15,000 FBI agents, and a tremendous budget, all the resources in the world, and we were having a hard time figuring out where do you get the venues to do the training? How do you get the agents offline long enough to do all of this training? And that's for a huge, well-funded agency. So I'm fascinated, and I know, Adam, you're the right guy to do it. Let's focus another future discussion on that training solution, right? There's a lot of smart
100%.
people, but I think it comes down to initially we have to agree on, what Nir was kind of talking about is what are the core principles in any active shooter response. We have to get those clearly articulated, identified, disseminated, and hammered into every single, first responder out there, right? That has the duty to respond. So, until we're there, designing all these other training courses is almost a moot point. We have to get those core first principles established and just universally accepted and known. And I don't think we're there yet. Sadly, 20 some years into this terrible period in American history, we're not there yet, clearly. But thanks very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it. Sorry to have to jump off, guys.
All right, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon, and we will do another. We will be doing another one of those. Oh, this is an interesting view.
Yeah, I don't like
That mohawk is looking stellar at this point. Sorry, brother. Okay, so
Sure.
there's a lot of questions and comments in the chat here, and we will be talking about jumping into target hardening and those types of things as well. But I'm going to let you finish up on your single officer and continue on that.
Yeah, sure. So, again, it's being congruent to the objective. And any active killer intervention, methodology, opinion, theory, tactic, strategy that has an officer, either waiting for anyone else to appear, whether it's another one officer or another 3 officers, or any movement that's based on officer safety, moving in formations, walking. What you are essentially doing is you're saying, I am authorizing more innocent people to be killed. That's it. There's no debate about that. And I'll tell you exactly, give you an example of proof of that. So when I generally at some point in time in my active killer intervention courses, I'll always have these groups. There's uniformed officers, SWAT guys, instructors, everybody that come from different agencies, different places, different opinions, different protocols, different everything, which is always really great. When I hit them with reality, it always funnels back to one single response. The scenario that I hit them with is I first find out what everybody's protocols are at their office, at their agencies. And there's so many out there still. We require at least 2. We require 4. You can be 2 if both of them are SWAT qualified, but if not, then they got to be at least 4. We use a diamond formation. We use a hall boss. We use a T. We use the this. We use the that. We first gather intel. I mean, all of these. I let them talk, and that's fantastic. So shots have been fired. The scenario starts off. You're in front of the school. Shots are fired. How do you do it? And so they start putting in their protocols. So I'm going to caveat something here. I'm going to change a little variable. You are right now off duty and you're dropping your kid off at the school. You go, you walk your kid in, kiss them goodbye, have a nice day. You walk back to your car. Right across the street is a van with your department officers there working, and they're right there, and they all live by the protocols that you do as well. Your formations, your 4 officers, your whatever it is that you do. Shots suddenly go off at the school. So tell me what you do. I have yet to have one single instructor, SWAT guy, TAC guy, uniform officer, active shooter expert tell me, we're going to round up the officers across the street. We're going to quickly form a plan of action. We're going to get into a diamond formation. We're going to enter this formation. We're going to gather intel. We're going to start moving towards the school. Not a single person tells me that. All right. When we get to the moving part, I ask them, how are you going to move? Shots are fired right now. I want you to actually demonstrate for me your movement. Show me the walk. Show me how you're covering, where you're going. And lo and behold, of course, it completely negates what they teach or what they've been taught. There's a single person who doesn't say, I'm going to fucking haul ass as quickly as I possibly can, gun or no gun in my hand. Even if my guys are calling me, get the fuck back here. Where are you going? We're going to come with you. Don't worry. We're with you. Let's just stick to formation. We'll get to your kid. Not a single person in their right mind are going to implement any of the strategies and protocols and tactics that are taught today. And so that right there is the correct answer. Again, it's saving as many innocent lives as possible. There's a lot of misconceptions about things, right? So when you look at, for example, there's big police departments here that their protocol is 4 officers. And again, what is the reason behind that? It's very simple. It always boils down to one thing. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous of a situation. We're not going to allow our officers to go in. It's an officer safety hazard. It's kind of funny that you say that because the majority of all cops are killed in traffic stops and domestics and, roadside investigations. That's where they're all killed, So what suddenly differs over here? You know where the threat is. You know that there is a threat. Your brain is only focused on what's going on in there. All your faculties are there. Your gun is out. You're at your top peak of tactical prowess, whatever it was you invested into yourself to be at that peak. And so you're in the best possible situation of the worst scenario that there is. And this notion of having multiple officers does not make anything safe. It doesn't make anything safer. You right now are relying on everybody to be multitasking on everything, and it actually takes away from effectiveness, from initiative, and from actual capability of being safe and effective. I'll give you just another quick little example of that. I was going through my use of force instructor qualification course here in Ontario at the Maine Police Academy. We got to the end of the course several weeks later, and we are in the scenario section of the academy. And the instructor was telling us of a scenario that they always hit the recruits with, the police recruits, which is a alarm goes off, intrusion alarm, middle of the night. We send the 2 officers in to investigate. So they enter this room. It's an office complex, and they start moving around searching. And at some point in time, there's an instructor who's hiding behind a barricade, a cubicle, with a training shotgun. And the instructor will rack the shotgun several times. Obviously, the intent is to give the stimulus if there's a threat, and they want to see the officers put all of their, training that they've learned over the months to tactical efficient reaction. The objective is immediate action to that stimulus, which is a potential threat. And he says it never works out that way. This scenario, we're having a lot of problems with getting the recruits to act the way that we want them to react. And I said to him, I said, John, I'll tell you what it is that you're expecting and what it is that you're seeing. What you're expecting is, again, an immediate reaction to the stimulus, to the problem. You want them in tactical positions, behind cover, weapons out, and addressing the problem right away. But what you're actually seeing is they suddenly freeze, they stop. The first thing they do is they start to look around and see where their partner is. They want to make contact with their partner. They want to start to figure out who's doing what, where they're going. By then, they're both facing the barrel of a shotgun. I said, you want to remedy that, stop sending them in pairs. Start sending them in alone. When you send them alone and all of a sudden there's a stimulus, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to do the right thing. They're going to do what every person with common sense is going to do. They're going to right away just address that problem. They won't be distracted by anything. It's the same thing when it comes to active shooter response. And we've learned that in Israel. We will have scenes where we only have one person respond because that's the first ones there. We'll have scenes where, when our unit is deployed, for example, my unit, again, is the primary response unit in the IDF, and all the attacks that you've been seeing in the last couple of weeks all across central Israel are the ones that I'm seeing. So we generally have 2 vans, 12 operators in each van that respond. We got 24 guys that respond, but it's not a team of 24 operators. It's 24 individuals who each know what to do, whether or not they were there by themselves or with 24 others. You maximize the initiative, you maximize the capabilities of each individual. That together brings itself into, it creates a byproduct of an effective team. And so all that comes again by the virtue of solo officer response, a solo operator response. That is where you will now develop the strongest platform initiative capability. 4 officers go in, one of them gets taken out, doesn't affect anything. When it's based on a 4 officer formation, for example, which I bring that up because that's the most common suggested response out there. As soon as there is a disruption in that, everything stops. The reset button is pressed. They now got to reorient. They got to figure out what to do. You generally have backpedaling that goes on, get behind cover, try to figure out what to do. So as far as the methodologies, I still see a lot of problems out there, a lot of things that are simply not congruent with actually addressing the threat. Lastly, my last little rant on that. Again, I've been to tons of active shooter training everywhere in every capacity. And it's all been the same. You get in, you're hit with statistics, you're given some case studies, and then you get to scenarios. And here's the formation, here's you go down the hallway, and that's what it's all based on. It's all of a sudden, it's just this envelope of here's how you're going to function inside this building with the principles that accompany whatever it is that they're trying to do. The problem is that in an active killer intervention, the goal is you're going to have to hunt, number one, find a threat, and then you got to make contact with the threat, and that's where everything falls apart. The moment that there's contact with the threat. The majority of all the principles instituted for active killer intervention in North America are old school mentality. And I don't mean they've evolved as far as tactics, but the majority of every single incident, and it took a long time before this changed, the threat was already dead. The threat was no longer a threat when the officers arrived on scene. And so a lot of all the mentality and the tactics are based on a threatless environment, no active threat. And so you have this notion of time, of calmness, of being able to cater to all these little micro elements. It's very different when the rounds are actually flying, and that's where you start to see everything fray and fall apart. That's where you see the chaos. The officers not knowing what to do and where to go, and they're dealing with peripheral stuff instead of hunt, make contact. When you make that contact, the most crucial part of an active killer intervention, it's a fight. That's what it all boils down to, is the fighting capability. That's getting sucked out of law enforcement. They want tree huggers. They don't want fighters. They want to demilitarize. Yet in this, granted, the spectrum of law enforcement is very broad, and you've got the tree hugging on the one end, but on the other end, you have contact with an active threat. You're in a combat situation there. And if you take away from that capability in mind, in body, in mentality, in tactics, don't expect a desirable end result. So again, going back to our methodology in Israel, everything is based on the fighting component of the individual. I don't want to get into the actual micro aspects of it. I think it's going to kind of digress from that, but it starts from the fighting aspect, from when you make contact, how you dominate, the intervention aspect, how you track down the threat as fast as you possibly can. Our tactics, our strategies, our methodologies, they actually create all the safety mechanisms that are in place. You don't become safe because you hide from the bad guy. All right, there's this, still in law enforcement, the number one guiding factor is get behind cover. You're in a gunfight, get behind cover. That's the worst thing you can teach officers. Worst thing you can teach officers. The moment that somebody gets behind cover and they feel that cover taking the rounds, they're never going to come out. 2016 Dallas, Texas. We saw that officer hiding behind the pillar. It pisses me off when I see that. For us in Israel, again, incidentally, if cover is there, we'll get behind it. But what never leaves the cover are your eyes and your weapon. You are always connected with that threat. You never hunker back behind cover. You always fight. The irony is that if you bring a bigger fight to the threat, in 99.9% of all these cases, they crumble. They drop, they run, they give up. You'll be surprised at how easily you'll hit them. They crumble. But you've got officers being inundated with all these defensive mechanisms, all of these these perceived safety mechanisms, that it gives the threat the initiative. And this is where things fall apart. So those are, in my humble opinion, my 2 cents on that subject.
Right on, brother. You said a lot of things there. Very good points. I definitely agree with you. It comes down to training the basics, right? It's like I relate it to, we try to teach all this high speed shit. And you have officers that don't know how to do a threshold assessment. It goes down to that. So, and to your point, if we focused on training officers so that they're a fully capable fighting unit within themselves, if they happen to have a partner or a teammate or other officers that are available, that's just a bonus. But that officer should be individually capable of handling that situation. And so I completely agree with you. But I think it goes back to that thing where get back down to basics. The problem is, as all of the officers that are wanting to attend more training, they always want to do the high speed shit. They don't want to go and focus on the fundamentals because that's boring. Fundamentals are boring, right? But we know they're the most effective. It goes down to those principles that you spoke of, right? If we can just drive those principles into somebody, then we have a better chance. So I love the points that you made there. Rob, any comments on what you said there?
Yeah, I mean, so there is training out there on solo officer response that is starting to become the the way training is shifting. So there are a lot of good solo programs out there, but it's cultural shift. It takes time. That doesn't, that's not a good answer, but it's the answer. But there is good training out there that does that. I mean, obviously, I hate, I'm not sitting here trying to beat the ILET drum, but ILET has a solo officer, course. My company has a solo officer course, so they are definitely out there. But again, all active shooter training really needs to be kind of pushing towards that. If you're number one on scene, you must go. The other key thing that gets brought up, and it actually just kind of got mentioned in the chat, and got mentioned a couple minutes ago as well.
One?
No, the one after that. So who's doing this training? We have, there's something, a person much smarter than me who was on this panel earlier, once said something that I took to heart and I use in a lot of my classes, and I'm going to butcher it, but and that's the basically like the 2-level rule, right? As an instructor, you need to be 2 levels above your students. Well, you've got guys going through a 40-hour class, and that's the breadth of their experience in a given topic. Are they really 2 levels above their students? So we have barely above novices teaching novices, and so it's hard to teach the principles when the instructor doesn't understand the principles, and that's a problem. Is we need to improve and better our instructor development as an industry so that we actually have these industry experts, these subject matter experts, people that have been through all these hundreds and thousands of hours of training. That's who needs to be leading and teaching those classes, not somebody who just did a check the box course themselves. Because otherwise we're just regurgitating the same bad product. And one of the things I've saw over the years is, the telephone game. I teach an instructor class. Well, I go back 6 months down the road and I check on those instructors and what they are teaching. They are interpreting what I taught. Well, I already took the material. I already put my own interpretation on it. Now I taught it. They put their interpretation on it. And now what's being taught to that end user is ultimately nowhere near what the actual original product was supposed to be. And that's a problem.
So there was a comment in the chat here about it comes down to selecting the right people with the right psychological makeup to enter the profession.
Yes.
Here's what I'll say to that. And I'm not a psychologist. I don't ever claim to be one. In fact, I'm usually the dumbest person in the room. I will say this. It is extremely difficult to psychologically assess how someone will react when shit hits the fan. Both the guys on this chat will say that. Everybody else who is here, and most of you in the chat will know this, that you really don't know who you are or who the person is next to you until you get into the shit. And that's really it. So as much as we'd like to say, hey, we can do all this psychological testing and bring these really hard motherfuckers into the agency and they're going to be the ones that react, you just don't know. And unfortunately, that's just a reality of being human beings.
And it's even more challenging because you have guys that, they may be Billy Badass. They may have, all the secret squirrel background, and they did awesome things in the military downrange. When they had the foregoing knowledge, they were going into combat, so they were able to mentally prepare themselves. They had 12 of their friends backing them up. They had all these resources available to them. Now you throw them into a spontaneously occurring event where, oh shit, it's a school, shots are being fired, it's me, myself, and I, now what? That is 2 completely different problem sets. And just because someone was a high performer in one is not always indicative that they will be a high performer in the other, because they are different. They're drastically different.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely.
So there was one other comment here that I brought up earlier. If they don't follow their officially approved training, that's going to be used against them if they end up in court. How do you deal with that? It's the old adage, right? I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6 kind of thing. I feel. I think the guys on the panel will agree with that. but you don't know, right? If it comes down to a discrepancy in your doctrine and policy for your department, and I think if we've learned anything in the last couple years, I think the court of public opinion rules all. So if the majority of people understand your decision and why you made it, I think that you'll be pretty much covered from that point.
I think that's the key. I think that our weakness in the law enforcement community is that we don't rally and stick together enough on a massive level. We pitch a lot of fringe groups out there, and they go burn down city overnight. They're all orchestrated, and everything is working great. But an officer does something, and it's the right thing to do. I think that most of the law enforcement community kind of sits back and prays and hopes for the best, but there isn't really any powerful kinetic support to that. And I think that the LA community really has to start fighting a lot harder for the support that it needs and doing what it needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen firsthand. If an officer does something, if you do something that you shouldn't have done, you're going to get called out on it. And the first person that's going to call you out on it is another officer. We saw that happen with Chauvin, right? It was overwhelming. But outside of that, I think there is support the other way. If you do the right thing for the right reason, I think that vindicates you at least in the court of public opinion within your peer group. And at the end of the day, that's something that you get to live with, is the fact that I know I made the right decision. It's a lot harder to live with it where you're like, fuck, I could have done, the coulda, shoulda, woulda fight within your own mind is probably the most difficult thing to live with. And you know what? And we haven't really talked about this, obviously, because we don't have anybody who's a professional here on the panel on it. But those first responders, those officers that attended, the first responders that are there, that had the opportunity to act and either chose not to, or were told not to, or in some way didn't do what they felt maybe that they wanted to do, those are scars that they're going to be living with for the rest of their lives. And not one of us is going to know what that is or what that feels like, and they have to battle through that. And I think it's imperative on us to show support to those officers, because they were there, right? Like, we weren't there. And so that's my personal opinion. Agree with it, disagree with it. But that's such a difficult position, right? That what if game, or I should have done this, that's worse, right? I've spoken to a lot of people. I've spoken to you guys directly here. I spoke with one officer, and I won't name them by name on this call, but they said that they've been involved in 2 shootings. One shooting where they shot someone, and one shooting where they didn't. The one that sticks with them the most, that keeps them up at night, is the time that they didn't shoot. And that's pretty telling, right? I mean, how our minds work is a crazy thing, man. We don't even understand it. And so I think that's it's an important conversation. I don't think we have time to dive into the psychological aspect of it here on this call, but if that's a perspective that you folks take away from this call, I think that's an important one.
I would like to, because I know we're getting kind of up on time, and I've been seeing a lot in the chat wanting to talk about like the civilian side of it, training the civilian, how do we train the community, that kind of stuff. Because I'm seeing it's all over in the chat.
We can go as long as you want. I'll sit here until everybody in the chat's gone.
I don't sleep at night anyway. I probably have some sleep.
And I haven't mentioned this yet because I didn't want a whole bunch of shit and emails and stuff. But there's way less people in here now. I didn't realize this when I planned all of this. But this yesterday, I was like, hey, honey, I was talking to my wife. I was like, I'm going to be doing this roundtable. She's like, it's your birthday tomorrow, right? So today's my birthday. I didn't even realize I planned this entire thing, and she had all this stuff planned. And I'm like, sorry, I got to do a roundtable.
Adam, happy birthday right now together.
Yes, you should. Everybody should sing it. No, don't do that.
I already texted you happy birthday this morning.
I know you did. I know you did. And a very inappropriate picture, may I add.
No, it was not inappropriate. It was very classy. I was proud of that.
Yes, we can. Let's talk about civilian response, because this is something that, like you had said, it's in the chat. It's come up a bunch. The common thread right now that's trained is the run, hide, fight. Prior to Columbine,
or a variation of it,
or a variation. Prior to Columbine, it was the duck and cover, I believe. Yep. And then Columbine happened, and then they switched methodology on that and what they taught. And then it's been a variation of that ever since. I'll let you jump into it. I have my opinions. You're the you train this day in and day out, so I'll let you take first crack.
So let me start. So this is a large part of what I do for a living is the civilian preparedness side. I started off doing the teaching cops how to respond, and that just kind of transitioned into prepping the community, and so much so that I ended up in addition to doing this, for my department, I actually run a nonprofit that does community preparation and does a lot of this prevention stuff. So it's something that's really near and dear to me as well, is the community side. And to me, the emphasis in community training really is on prevention. The more prepared a population is, and thereby the more informed a population is, then the better we're able to prevent these. And where, if people are aware of what to do, like in the case of Uvalde, we know that there were tremendous pre-attack indicators. That's not disputed. But yet no one reported anything. We didn't get a single warning phone call, about this. And that's a problem. We could have stopped this. There were plenty of opportunities where we could have stopped this if someone had known, if the right people had known. And then those people needed to know what to do with that information. So to me, that's a big aspect, is educating the public on what are the behaviors, what are the warning signs, and also then destigmatizing the reporting process of, that, we want to get this person help. The whole, like we were talking about earlier, that, when I said, I'm not going to mention this person's name, he made his choice, to hell with him. Well, but if we'd stopped this ahead of time, he still would have been an 18-year-old kid that had problems, that needed help. And I'd have shaken his hand, and I'd have embraced him, and I'd have gotten him all the help in the world, and I would have encouraged him to go on and have a great life. But that didn't happen. And he chose to go murder 21 people. And so now he is the monster that he will be for the rest of eternity. And so, no, he is now denied the name. He's now denied the attention. That's how it played out. But we need to focus on that. And that's my problem with a lot of the run, hide, fight models, or the variations of it. One of my problems. They don't focus on the prevention aspect. All of their training program starts with when the first shot is fired. And that's too late. So a good civilian program needs to start and needs to emphasize the pre-attack. And then the preparation. What can you do to make yourself that hard target? What can you do as a school, as a business, as a church, to have plans in place, to have policies in place, to have procedures in place to either prevent or deter or mitigate the effects of the attack, so that, hopefully it never happens, but if it does, it's less successful for the shooter. That again is something that the current, a lot of the current training models, I say a lot because, obviously mine touches it, but that's where a lot of the other training models fall short as well. And so we're not hitting that prevention and preparation side of it. And then, the other, thing, when we're teaching civilians, we tend to teach it in a checklist or in a certain order. Well, first you must run. Well, then you must hide. If hiding fails, then you fight. Well, sometimes fighting is the first option. If the guy jumps up right in front of you, you can't run. He's right there. You can't hide. He's freaking looking at you. So what, you jump right to fight. So we present it in a chronological fashion when it's not meant to be. It shouldn't be. It should be a thinking and analyzing problem, choosing the best option for your particular problem set and responding accordingly. And then also the terms. I've got issues with the terms, run and hide. When I say run, the first thought that pops in your head is little kids just run. Pick a direction and just run. No plan, no thinking, no strategy. Just run. Well, again, this is a thinking problem. You need to think your way out of it. So we need to have terms that are more proactive, that instill thinking. That's why the model that, there's other models. There's the alert model. The model that I developed, we use the term escape instead of run, because it's a more proactive. You hear escape, you think, plans and strategies and the escape rooms or POWs, all those things pop in your head. And then you've got hide. We know statistically through every one of these events that hiding is like one of the worst options that you can do. It hands total control over to the shooter. It limits and restricts and eliminates all of your other options, and it's not successful because it's literally, in most cases, it's like playing peekaboo with a 2-year-old. They cover their eyes. They can't see you, so you can't see them, and their butt's sticking out from underneath the chair. It's the same. It's the same thing when it comes to hiding. And so again, we can't use such passive terms. So hiding's not a strategy. Hiding's a game. So you got to have a strategy. You have to have a proactive approach. You have to have a plan. And so we need to be teaching that. And again, that's where I use the term restrict, right? I'm going to restrict the shooter's ability to get to me. I'm going to restrict his options. That is a thinking process. So a lot of it is about terminology that goes into the civilian side. So I think we do need to focus a lot on civilian education because that's how we prevent this. But it has to be done carefully. It has to be done by people that actually know what they're doing. Yet again, go back to that, the 2-level rules that the person smarter than me, brought up. Most of the people that are teaching these civilian classes are not 2 levels. They're not even half a level above. You can literally take an online course and be out doing civilian education. That's a problem. That does not qualify you to be doing this. And then now, just because you're a police officer, you have an organization, a church, a school, whatever, hey, can you come do a security assessment? Can you come do all of these things for us? But yet no police officers, that's not part of that training. There's police officers are not, trained in that. But simply because they wear a badge, that's what they wanted to do. That was pretty cool, by the way.
I think that was Adam's book.
I did it.
Oh,
I tried not to let him.
Accidentally clicked the link. Damn it.
Yeah, you were browsing ahead of time. But yeah, so I think the civilian programs, while they're great, they're well intentioned. I think they were certainly, when Houston PD came up with the run hide fight model years ago, man, awesome. Great. They took that initiative. They spearheaded that fight. That was so far light years beyond what we were teaching. But we got to progress. We got to keep going. Because now, we've got these kids that were stuck in a classroom and, could they have gotten out? I don't know. But they never, from what I've been able to find, no one tried. You can go back to Sandy Hook and every one of those classrooms barricaded in place when every one of those classrooms had exterior doors and windows, and they could have gotten out.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of you touched on so many points that I had written down on mine. For me, I 100% agree with you. I would even simplify it further to your point to kind of go to everything we're talking about. I had the same kind of thought process that you did, which was the first thing for some reason my brain went to kind of like OODA loop, like observe, orient, decide, and act, but in putting that into like a word, like whether it's observe or whatever at the beginning. So first of all, figure out what's happening, but then I cut it down to 2 options: escape and fight. Essentially, right? I took the hide, the barricade, the evade. I took all of that, restrict. I took all that out, making it something so they're always moving. That's
there's a time and a place for the barricade. Like, we talked about earlier, like in the Virginia Tech incident and how that teacher blocked the door with his body. He barricaded the door because what that did was that then increased time to allow those students to get out.
For sure.
So there's a time and a place, and a lot of it's proximity based.
Well, that falls into that first part, right? How close are you to the threat, right? So my thought process like this goes, like, obviously one thing that we haven't touched on, we probably won't dive into, is there are a ton of off-the-shelf products that are designed for this exact scenario with barricades, stuff like that. Now, obviously there's caveats to this. There's some places that have bullet-resistant doors and windows and walls, and they have special mechanisms built in place for the doors to secure them in place so that people can't get through. And if that's the situation that you have, that's phenomenal. But I would say that that's 0.0001% of buildings or schools.
And that's something we need to fix, especially in school settings. You know, when we talk about preparedness, you know, in today's day and age, there is no reason why schools should not have the ability to do a remote internal lockdown, where,
like with magnetic doors.
Yeah, when an event happens, somebody hits the button and it magnetically locks every door in the building. You know, and then the police, the responding police, have key cards, whether they already have them or whether it's a go bag and a lock box that's at the front door that only the police have the code to, whatever. They have immediate access to the master key that will defeat all of that. Well, so at least now, if that shooter gets in,
for 50 fucking years.
Yeah, but at least now, if the shooter gets in, you've tracked it in a central location. You have at least limited or restricted his access to additional victims. You may not be helping the victims that are in that immediate room with them, and that's why they should be fighting back. But you have at least minimized his ability to move around and hunt for additional victims, which buys you time as a responding officer and as other victims to do other things like try and get out through windows, etc., so that you can not be there.
I wonder if I have like an overtime overlay here where it's like, we're going into overtime. I don't. So now we're at 3 hours. So, and Nira, I'm going to let you jump in on this because I know you have some massive thoughts on this. I do also want to throw in there when it comes to target hardening. It's been brought up in the chat a ton already about posting armed security, armed officers at schools. I'm going to play devil's advocate first. I'm going to take it the other way first. When it comes to putting people, so if we say there's, I don't know how many schools there are in the U.S. I think the number was like 17,000 or something schools in the. We'll use the U.S.
I figured it'd be way higher than that.
Could be more. Let's call it. Let's just call it 20 for easy math at the moment, and then whatever the numbers are, they are.
Yeah.
You have all these schools. What you're saying is you want to put 20,000 armed folks at the doors or patrolling those locations.
Yep.
What are the chances you have 20,000 competent people to do that? The conversation has come up in the past too. Even areas with school resource officers. And I'm going to caveat this. I am not shitting on SROs. But usually that is not the most tip of the spear person that we have in the police department. Usually it's a dumping ground, for lack of a better term. So that's the person now that you have armed in the school.
Prone or skilled in the community policing aspect than the tactical aspect.
Correct. So there's that thing. People have been saying, well, what about taking vets and arming vets and paying vets to guard schools?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure
I got a huge one on that one.
You guys can attest to that. That's probably not your best idea. So
no,
there's 1,000 things that, I mean, I understand where people are coming from. I would equate it to having uniformed security versus plainclothes security for loss prevention. It's the same idea. It's deterrence. Why do you, for a retail store, it makes a lot more sense to have a uniformed guard standing at the front door because you're going to deter more theft than you're ever going to catch. Same idea with this. An armed person, whether it's a police officer, it's a security guard, it's a civilian, it's whoever, at the front of a school will be more of a deterrence than an actual effective response to a threat. That's my personal opinion. Hate me for it, whatever, but you guys go ahead.
I would say it depends. I would say that an armed individual at the school can be an effective response because you have the immediate, so you're cutting, average law enforcement response time in the United States, 3 to 5 minutes. You have an armed, we'll say police officer there. You're cutting that out of the equation. We can cite tons of school shootings where an armed officer that was on scene immediately intervened, saved countless lives. So I think that it can. Here's the problem: is the competency level. So when you talk about you want whoever, and it's not as easy as, well, we're just going to put somebody there. Well, where are you going to get them? Because they need to be competent. So now you're talking about highly trained, sworn police officers that are going to be there because they need to be, trained. They need to be sworn. They need to be identifiable. They need to be, legal. There's all these things that go into it. So where are you going to create these 20,000 plus officers that they don't just grow on trees? And so
how are you going to train them? Rob said on here, the FBI, which is probably our best funded police agency, right? Or I don't say we are, like, I'm not American. It's your best funded agency. They can train 15,000 FBI agents. How are you going to train 20,000 plus
20,000
other people? It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. So it's one of those, yes, that is a great idea, but implementing it is way harder than what people realize. And then you get into, we're going to put vets there. Okay. Again, this goes back to, what's the training and competency level? Yeah. I'm in the military. I'm currently serving in the military. So, take this with what it's worth, but we know the majority of the people that serve in the military are not in a combat arms profession. So just because someone is a vet does not mean that they have, real world downrange tactical experience. So now you have to limit that pool. But then they're not trained for solo active shooter response. They're used to being told, hey, tomorrow you and 12 of your homies are going to suit up and go out on a patrol and try and pick a fight. They're not trained for, hey, you're sitting there sucking on your Slurpee and shots are fired at kids. That's not part of veteran training. And then you have how you can identify them. So are they going to be uniformed? Where are those going to come from? Because just vet in the civilian clothes, to me as a law enforcement officer, that looks an awful lot like a potential shooter to me when I arrive on scene. Then you have the liability aspect. Who's responsible for these, volunteers, whether they're veteran or whatever? Who's responsible for these people? They do something. Who owns that? Who's insuring them? Who's insuring their actions? That is all stuff that has to be thought out. And that's where the whole veteran thing isn't. It sounds great, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, Nir, I feel like you have some conflicting opinions on this. Maybe I've misjudged your facial expressions, but
I got some thoughts.
Go ahead.
Look, I'm going to first of all quickly go back to the run hide fight topic. Say just two quick things about that. The best place to look at, the best incident, ironically, to look at where the application of run, hide, fight was applied is at Columbine. Klebold and Harris started their attack from the outside of the school, started shooting at kids from the outside. Kids were running everywhere. Kids were trying to run out of the school, and they were shooting at the kids while they were trying to run out of the school as well before they made entry. There's your run philosophy, all right? You might be running to a safe haven. You might be running right into the hands of the threat or a secondary threat or who knows what. So that can't be a guiding principle, the run thing. Hide, again, look at the longest piece of surveillance footage from Columbine when those two jackasses were locked up in a classroom with all the kids hunkered under their desk, and they were walking around tormenting them and every now and again shooting a kid. There again is your hide principle, complete failure. And there wasn't a fight there. There wasn't a fight at Columbine. In Israel, we have the similar model, but it only has one component that's repeated 3 times. It's fight, fight, fight. That's it. Everything else is common sense. A person will understand if there's a danger to my right and there's an opportunity to run to the left, I'll go. But we have learned again, you want to save lives, you have to start at the root, the core. The core are the intended victims, the intended targets. Those are the ones that have to be hard. They're the ones that have to be empowered. They're the ones that have to know how to fight. They're the ones that have to know to protect their own territory, their own school, their own whatever it is, and each other. You can't rely on the police. You can't rely on the police. Sorry to say it. We all know that. There's an automatic time delay that is instituted, which is a trade-off of dead bodies until police arrive, and that's it. So the fundamental principle is that all potential targets have to be hardened internally, and they got to be self-reliant from A to Z, period. From the ability to detect a threat that is approaching and profile and know exactly what to do as per protocols, to the ability to fend off and fight and counter and neutralize a threat. That's it. As far as armed security in schools, I am a proponent of that 100%. That has to be. That's our model in Israel. That's what happens. Every shopping mall, airport, movie theater, schools, they're not allowed to function. They're not allowed to open up to the public if there is not an armed guard who is fully trained at every entrance. Now, does it work 100% of the time? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's just the way that it goes. Nothing is perfect. There's a massive underlying of the human factor that comes into play. Many police officers out there fail at their jobs as well, because that's what happens. We're dealing with humans at the end of the day. Not everybody's cut from the same cloth. Not everybody, no matter what you pour into them, is going to grow and sprout like the person next to them. That said, you got to look at the scales of probability here. And the absolute fact is that when you have a competent, capable, reactive presence that is already on scene, that is where you stand the absolute most probability of a successful, optimal end objective of terminating it before anybody gets killed. So, as far as all the factors that you guys brought up, I agree to a certain extent. I have no use for police officers in security capacity, because that's a failure. Police officers don't understand security. Police officers are lazy. Police officers are reactive. And do I speak for every individual officer? Hell no. All right. But as a broad spectrum, police officers stand around, wait to be told what to do. That is not security. That doesn't work. So, I don't believe that police officers should be taken on that task. It has to fall into the hands of a competent, properly trained security professional that is trained in all facets of what the applicable threats are, from profiling to active countermeasures as far as access control, to protocols, to the intervention, and that should be their sole responsibility. I worked for a period of time heading up security for the Jewish community in New York. We had about 150 agents working for us. The majority were all civilians that were trained up, half of them armed. Many of them were retired police officers. Many of them were active police officers moonlighting. By far, the most useless were the active police officers that we had working, and then the more useless above them were the retired ones. The ones that were switched on, the ones that really molded into their environment and into their objective with no questions asked, with no expectations, with no, I've been around the block, I'll do things my way, or the lazy approach of wait until something happens to react. We're the civilians, the green ones that came out of nowhere and nothing, and maybe I want to be a cop one day, but this is what I want to do right now. I don't think there's an issue with vets. Again, that all depends on the individual person. I've seen people up there who are cops, who are SWAT guys, who are special forces guys, and who are civilians. And I have seen the best of the best from each one. I've seen the worst of the worst from each one as well. So that all comes to a mechanism of proper recruitment of the right person, followed by the right indoctrination, the right training, the right building of the professional DNA for what's required. Are there peripheral issues that come into play? Insurance, you mentioned, Rob, budgets, all that. Yeah, but that's everywhere. I personally believe that those are all just excuses. I believe it's a matter of priority. Israel is a far poorer country than the United States of America, yet you will not walk to any public facility without seeing at every entrance a security mechanism that resembles the airport, with metal detectors, with armed guards, with screeners, with barricades, and that's it. Because we've learned, listen, we either want to save lives or we don't. Everything is it's an excuse. You're either doing the thing or you don't want to. There's no in between. There's no gray area. When they can come up with millions and hundreds of millions and billions of dollars for all these other things, from wars to I don't know what, they can come up with the goddamn money that's required to protect the kids in schools. Yeah, those are all just excuses. So that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, and to your point, Nir, there's a few things you brought up, and one of the last ones that I want to touch on. You brought up about security. Here's the thing with security and with screening, and like what you had brought up. The problem with it is it's either you do it 100% or you don't fucking do it at all.
Of course.
And I think that's where a lot of people miss this, where they go, well, what if we implemented these components and it makes it harden it up a bit, right? Yeah. Let's add a roving patrol. Let's add a perimeter. Let's add whatever. That's great. But if you don't control access and you don't control what's actually being brought in, then you're not doing anything. And so I think that's the big misnomer that people miss, is that they try to do a half-ass job where they don't understand, if you're going to do security, you either do it all or you don't do any of it. I laugh every single time I go to any sporting event anywhere in North America. I always have a knife on me.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I've never once been stopped for it. And if I can do it, I guarantee you there's people that have less than desirable intentions also doing it. Yep. And I think that's what people miss. They go, well, there's screeners and no, it's a fucking dog and pony show. Yep. And you guys, and I think that's the problem, is that we try to satiate the public by saying we're going to spend this much money on doing this thing, but we don't take it all the way. And if you don't take it all the way, you might as well not even be doing it at all.
100%. 100%. That's it. And that's where we've already had incidents of police officers in schools, armed security in schools, and they failed. They ran away. They crumpled. People were killed because big deal. So you had an armed security officer, guard, whatever. You had a police officer. Who cares? Everybody pours all of this, glory and all of these high expectations into a uniform, into a gun, into I don't know what. It's irrelevant. It all depends on the person who's doing it, on the support that person has to actually be able to do their job properly. That's it. So you either do it all the way, like you said, or you don't do it at all. It's pointless.
Yeah. I do like the fight idea, though. That fucking drives her home. And the other comment there then also goes to, and the discussion is, do we arm teachers and train teachers? Which is, I don't have an opinion on this one way or the other. I'm too conflicted. So, I mean, if you guys want to take a shot at it.
I'll throw my quick 2 cents on that. I mean, listen, that concept actually came in after 9/11, where they were talking about arming pilots, right? And so here's the thing. My first and foremost thought on that is a pilot has to be focused on and doing only one thing, which is flying the goddamn plane. A teacher should be focused on and doing only one thing, which is teaching. That's it. You should not start to, crisscross responsibilities. Now, if we are taking the practical approach, or I should say the approach of reality of things that are available, if the school does not have the ability to have security professionals over there, well then, sure thing, let the teachers be armed. Hey, we got teachers in Israel that are armed. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't care who's armed, as long as when the moment comes, if it God forbid ever comes, that they have to actually pull that gun, they better be competent at what they're doing. That's the only thing that I care about. I would much rather, though, see Everybody stick to their lane of what they know to do and what they should be doing. Let the teachers teach, let the security professionals keep everybody safe and alive, right? But there's nothing wrong with, force multiplying wherever you can. It's only going to yield a better result as long as it's all platformed on, professionalism and the proper approach, the proper training, the proper mentality, the proper everything. If it's a last minute thing, the teacher's responsibility is to barricade the classroom, get your gun ready, but do absolutely nothing unless that door is breached and it's a threat. Fantastic, better than nothing, right? That's my thoughts on that.
That brings to.
I don't have an
Rob,
issue with it. Oh no, I'm sorry. I mean, but no, when it comes to arming teachers, I don't have an issue with it. But kind of like with everything else, it has to be done right, and there's more to it than people realize. It's not a simple process of all right, teachers can carry guns. Again, bad idea. There's a process. I think it's a valuable option, but it shouldn't be forced on them for one, because teachers, like we said, teachers are there to teach. That should be what they're focused on. You should not force a teacher to, hey, in addition to teaching, you're also responsible to shoot bad guys too. Now, if they willingly volunteer, that's a whole different story. But then there's a training aspect. Just because they have a gun permit doesn't qualify them to do this. That, there is, so how do we train them? What level do we train them to? How do we document that training? Because it has to be documented. And then there's the critical aspect of how do we identify those armed teachers so that when responding law enforcement or security or other armed teachers, are there, how do they identify this is good guy with gun versus bad guy with gun? We have to have that identification process in place. So I think it's a good idea within the confines of it's very, very complex to do.
I would
that.
also, and I know Neil was going to jump in on this, I would also add too, taking into the pre-incident stuff that we talked about, what you're doing is you're potentially giving somebody with ill intent access to a firearm if they don't have it previously. We know there's a lot of people that carry, and unless you carry it directly on your person, whether appendix, backside, whatever, a lot of females I know carry them in a purse, in a bag, something with them.
That's horrible in what we're in the context.
But that's what I'm saying. There's so many aspects of this that have to be thought of, right? Because if you're bringing that, you have to have care and control of that weapon 1,000% of the time, right? And that's a problem too. And so there's so many things to add into that. Near, go ahead.
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I find it very telling and ironic that there has to be so much effort put into the discussion of how do we protect the schools. Meanwhile, just go to any bank in North America, go to the jewelry stores, go to the armored cars that are driving around, go to goddamn Parliament Hill. You've got all the armed security you need, no questions asked, no issues, insurance coverage, no problem, budgets, no problem, uniforms, no problem. It's so backwards. It's all just so backwards. The priorities are missing in our society.
So what I'd like to do here, folks, in the chat, man, there's a lot of you who are still here. God, I appreciate that. A little while ago, I put the links to the GoFundMe for the Uvalde Victims Fund for the families in the chats. So you can scroll back up. It'll also be linked to the video. If it is my birthday, so if you do want to do something, please donate to them. Spend your money with them. What I will say is you still have two guys on here who are extremely competent experts and one not so competent podcast host. If you have any questions about anything, and let's open it up. If you have any questions about the incident, tactics, or anything, please ask them in the chat before we end this. There was a question earlier, and I wanted to bring this up about why didn't they just engage the suspect through the windows of the school? And I don't know the answer to that, but I would guess, and you guys can chime in on this if you want. My understanding is that most schools have some type of safety glass, and usually a wired safety glass on exterior windows. And usually what happens when you shoot safety glass is it's designed to shatter, so that once you get one round through, your visual, you can't see through it again. So any follow-up rounds are going to be kind of spray and pray. So that could cause some issues for the officers making those shots. And of course, that first round that's going to hit is going to deflect in an unknown way. And so I think that's an issue. Rob, you could probably speak to that. You just did something a lot very specific to bullets and glass for us not too long ago. But that was something that came up in the chat, and I wanted to just reference that because it was a tactical question. So either of you can chime in on that.
It's a good question, and it's a question that I have as well. I don't know. I don't know why the police didn't attempt to use the windows, either for engaging the shooter or as a point to really find the answer to that. I think that conversation is one of those ones that is being had as part of the investigation. So that information will hopefully get released later. So I don't know what their thought process was on that. Shooting through glass is definitely an additional factor. Interior or even exterior commercial grade glass does perform differently than other types of glass. So that is a factor you have to take into consideration. I don't know what the construction of those windows was. I don't know if it was reinforced safety glass or mesh safety glass, or if it was a Mylar laminate, because I don't know how new that building was, or whether it was just straight up plastic, like you see in a lot of like old buildings, where you can't even see through them. I don't know. So that's certainly a question that needs to be answered, because it could have been a viable option. Maybe could have. I'm not gonna jump to any conclusions because I don't have the answer to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna also echo what Rob was saying, that it's really difficult to really conclude the reason why, because we don't know all the variables that are involved. However, I'll tell you that when I heard at first 19 officers were stacked up in the hallway trying to figure out a way to get into the classroom through the door, first off, I hit my mind is, what about the goddamn windows? And again, I don't know if there were windows in that classroom. I don't know, right? But if there were, that should have definitely been the place to go to.
My understanding was there was, based on the layout of the building I saw, there were windows on the backside. That's my understanding. But again, I haven't seen the school in person.
Yeah, no, of course, I'm with you on that. Am I just mistaken on this, or do I, for some reason, recall that there was something about teachers and or officers that were breaking windows to get kids out?
Yes. So that was reported.
Photos of people pulling kids out through windows.
Yes.
So
that definitely happened. Now, my understanding is that happened. So if you think to kind of how I described the layout of the building initially, the shooter came in through the door and was a straight long hallway. He moved forward. I don't know an exact distance, but the immediate intersection as he came in that branched off to his right was the hallway that he went in that had a bunch of classrooms in it. So you kind of had almost like an L-shaped hallway, classrooms to the front, classrooms to the right. He went to the right and then entered into the classrooms on the left side of that hall. So a lot of the photos that you saw of teachers or students being pulled were from the classrooms on the opposite side of the hallway, the ones he had shot through when he was coming to the parking lot. He shot through those windows, as well as that original hallway, that long hallway that he turned out of. That was where a good chunk of the photos that you saw were coming out of that classroom, that hallway was my understanding.
Right. So I only asked that question because if, again, I don't know if the modality was used to be able to breach the windows for the teachers and the officers to get the kids out. But what I'm saying is that I wouldn't say that all the windows would be the same around the entire building. So if they can be breached on one side, they should have been breached on the shooter side, access to the classroom, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out. As far as the actual application of shooting through glass, that all again comes down to knowing not just what you're shooting through, but most officers really don't know what the hell they can shoot. They have a hard enough time shooting paper. And when you start now getting to all this unconventional stuff of shooting through things, People don't think that way, first of all. People right away, and there was a video of this, right? This guy that was pissed off at his divorce attorney. He went to the courthouse to go and kill him, and surveillance footage caught the attorney holding the briefcase while the guy's pointing a gun. And every time the guy would try to point, the attorney would do this, and the guy's following the briefcase, trying to get around it. People only shoot at what they perceive they have access to, right? The whole Hollywood thing of, the action guys on one side of the couch and the bad guys on the other side of the couch, and they're coming over the couch shooting, shoot through the damn couch. That doesn't happen in real life. In real life, people get transfixed on this notion of you can only shoot what you have physical and visual access to, right? So it could very well be, again, I don't imagine that the tactical diversity of the officers that were there would be one where they would start to really think out of the box of something like shooting through the glass. Is there the risk of the rounds deflecting, going through glass? I've shot through a tremendous amount of glass, car glass, and all kinds of other things as well throughout my years of service. I have never experienced or witnessed such a deviation, of the bullet beyond what I was aiming for. So, I do think that when you look at, again, the probability, if you have visual access to this threat and it is a window in front of you and you've got kids and you're able to, of course, you got to be able to assess, what you're doing. One of my thoughts was as well, everybody's there with all kinds of rounds. There was a shotgun on scene. Shoot the goddamn freaking lock off the door and breach it that way if you have to. Go to the old school way of breaching things if you need to. Just find a way to gain access. So there has to be, that application of course, not just indiscriminately shooting, being able to properly acquire your target, your intended target, visually and ballistically, but also, you have to look at the objective here is at the end of the day to keep as many of those kids as alive as possible. And so, if there's a perfect scenario where they could have shot through the windows and they had the killer on one side of the room and all the kids and the teachers on the other side of the room, and didn't matter if the bullet fragmented or deviated, fantastic. If he is now intermingled with the crowd of the innocents and he is actively killing, well, is it more prudent to still hold your fire, not do anything, and let him continue to exist, or do you risk shooting him, potentially maybe hitting an innocent as well, but saving a lot more at the end of the day? Those are some of the things that have to come, to mind. It's based on, again, the proper training to do what it is that you're trying to do, especially when it's unconventional applications, and then the immediate variables that you're dealing with, the situation in the environment.
Yeah, those are those existential questions, right? It's is one life worth that of significantly more? That's a tough question. I don't want to get into it because I don't have the stuff. I just can't do it right now. But that's a great question.
Life is to save the world.
So the other question on this, and go back to the school as a whole. My question, and this is a completely different kind of side topic. Shouldn't we, instead of developing windows that are like non-opening exterior windows, shouldn't we be creating them so that now that they're either breakaway or they open in some way that so we can, in case of a fire, even though here's the scary part of this whole fucking thing. I'll tell you this right now. I guarantee you the argument to put exterior opening windows on schools will be made with an argument that's OH&S related with fire versus that of active shooter. So I bet you if we try to make that change, the argument that actually sells it is going to be something in the realm of, hey, if there's a fire,
of course,
we'll be able to get people out this way.
Well, not just that.
And the reason for that is you have written fire codes. So you have a written regulation that's real easy to reference versus active shooter where it depends. People don't like it depends as an answer.
The flip side of that is that, the fire marshal can do a walk through a school, and anything that is a fire hazard, delays, rescue for fire. You can cancel whatever your active shooter protocols and measures are. And I've dealt with this in hardening schools across North America. Meanwhile, we've had how many people die in school fires in the last 30, 40, 50 years?
Yeah, no.
How many kids have died by active shooters? So again, boils down to priorities.
Boils down to politics. Because now you have a fire chief sitting in there arguing against the police chief, and it's who's got the bigger swig and member on city council.
Sure. Sure.
Right.
And so where are all the, the lawsuits targeting those individuals? Their negligence, right? It's always the cops that are the scapegoats for everybody's fuck ups. And this is the problem, right? The battle kind of ends there and everybody runs away instead of mounting a battle and targeting the actual challenges and obstacles.
Yeah. If there's any questions in the chat, put them in now. There is like a 20-second delay before it gets to us. So if you have them, put them in there now. You guys, any thoughts on what we've discussed today?
I'm looking forward to, seeing the conclusion of the investigation and really learning everything that happened. That obviously is the big thing, right?
We'll set up a roundtable for June 2023. For the conclusion of that. Put it in your calendar.
Yeah, but true. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to do a deep dive, another deep dive on it once we actually have all the facts versus right now trying to speculate, but at the same time saying, well, we shouldn't be speculating, but we're going to go ahead and speculate. It's hard to.
And to that point, to talking about reviewing this back when we have information, right now, gentlemen near you probably know Chris Luzo. He's an investigator on the incident that happened out on the East Coast up here in Canada, where we had the active shooter who traveled the longest distance that's ever been recorded during an active incident. So that inquiry is going on right now. Well, it's concluded now. They're going to be releasing that to the public here very shortly. He's going to be speaking on that at the ILET Summit this year and debriefing it for us. But it's these things. It takes a long time, right? Especially for these things. But it doesn't mean we can't. And that's the thing that I love about this call. And I told you guys when I did this, I said I felt like we have to do it now, because when it sits and we wait on it, you know what the next thing that's going to happen is, like, for example, and I don't think it's going to take it over, but the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, that's chewing up a good chunk of the media coverage right now. And this thing is getting, washed down to the third page. And I say that just figuratively because nobody reads a fucking newspaper, but it's getting thrown down because that's what the public doesn't want to hear it. Right. So that's another major issue. So I think as these things come up, addressing them initially and then being able to go back and cover it more in depth once we have all the information is also very important. So I will commit to doing that with you guys. I promise we will do that.
I do want to address something that just popped up in the chat from Jonathan. He asked a good question that I actually happen to have some answers to. So yeah, right there. So trauma kit. So a couple of things when it comes to school systems. So this is state by state. Your Department of Education is the key to all of this. So depending on your state, I'll go ahead and speak to the state of Tennessee. There is a law now in the state of Tennessee. Every school must have a stop and bleed kit somewhere in the building. So every school is required to have the ability to do hemorrhage control. Also, every school is required by law to do hemorrhage control or bleeding control training. Now that's that state. So the solution to this is don't fight through the school, fight through your Board of Education. Fight through your state legislature, get them to pass that as a state law, because you'd be surprised. Most states actually do already have a requirement in place for this now. I can't tell you specific numbers, but it's a thing. But it is coming. They are being regulated. They have to do this. So if you want to be proactive, if you're a cop, get training on how to do that, on how to help those school systems. And then get out to that school. Hey, this is this law. You guys need to be doing this. I will do the training for you. Get those people trained up. Take the solution to the schools, and then help them with getting the resources to put those bleed kits in, because it is required. It is also within the United States a federal requirement. The Department of Education now requires for all schools that receive any degree of federal funding. So public schools and any private school that receives any kind of federal grants or anything like that, they are now required by law to do active shooter training at the school. Not with students that don't. That's a whole new topic. Don't do that. But with like faculty, administrators, teachers, stuff like that. They're required to do, all staff members and all schools are required to do active shooter training as well as drills. That is a Department of Education requirement.
You bring up an interesting point, and I'm going to bring it up just because you did it. Because I've had this conversation a few times. Why we do fire drills with kids as young as preschool? I know because my kids have gone through it twice already this year.
Yep.
As Nir said, we've had 0 deaths due to fire in however many years, right? Why? And I guess the conversation is, well, we don't want to do active shooter drills because it scares the shit out of the kids.
Let me go ahead. So I know where you're going with this.
Okay, I'll let you take it. I won't even ask it.
Well, the reason why I say don't. So we do need to be doing it, but that is a whole different ballpark. Someone that is doing those drills and doing that training must be very specifically trained in how to do that. Teaching young kids, it gets progressively easier and different as you get older. So I'm talking like elementary age kids right now. Teaching young children active shooter is exceptionally different than teaching an adult, college kid, teenager, something like that. That has to be done very, very differently because one, they're not going to comprehend it, but also two, you're going to traumatize them. You are going to do more harm than good, and you are also going to completely shut down all of your parental support as well as your school support, and that'll be the last time you ever get to teach any or do anything related to a school ever again. So I'm not saying don't do that. It needs to be done, but it needs to be done by people that actually know what they're doing and are trained and certified in that exact topic. And that's the problem, is that is very difficult to get. That is very difficult.
Oh, for sure. And I 1000% agree with you on that. But I also think, like, and Nir, this would be a question for you. In Israel, don't they do like air raid drills with kids from like the very beginning?
Air raid drills, suspicious package drills, suicide bomber drills. It's it. You either empower your population or you don't. I agree wholeheartedly with what you said, Rob. And it's especially in the younger ages, it's a very difficult and sensitive area to broach. It can even be done without the kids. It should be done with at least the faculty and the parents involved as well.
And that right there is the key.
Yeah, and then the kids will follow the teacher's instructions, and at home, hopefully the parents can have an appreciation for it, and help kind of through their own ways to seep whatever lessons they want into the kids, and kind of bring it together that way. But if you don't, it's like walking into any of these institutions, and they brag about, we've got security protocols. We have a nice big binder with everything. Well, where is it? And they got to go dig it up and blow the dust off it, right? And when was the last time everybody went through it? I don't know. When was the last time you guys trained your staff on it? I don't know. So you don't have any security protocols. I don't care what you got laying around. If you don't apply it, if you don't train it on a regular basis, all right, it doesn't exist in your mind. It doesn't exist in your capabilities, plain and simple. And you're going to fail on the day that, God forbid, you need to implement it.
I would equate it to, if you give them, here's what's going to happen. You have a bunch of schools, like stop the bleed kits and stuff like that. There's a reason why we put AEDs in alarm boxes. Have you ever looked at any business or any school's first aid kit ever? It's the most, you open it up and it's fucking mothballs, and there's like a pair of scissors and an empty box of Band-Aids, and that's it. Right? Because it gets rum because for some reason people want medical equipment. It's just like a thing. Right. Yeah. So again, there's so many, it's funny because I only say that to just to throw water on it, but it's such a difficult conversation to have. Is where's the starting point, right? Because we've identified about 50 things here in this conversation, but it goes, okay, so where does this start? If we were to give something actionable to people right here watching this, what is the starting point from this? Is there one individual starting point, or is it a collection of things that we have to start implementing? Like, where do you guys think we are right now?
I think it's a collection. I think it's a collection, but it also depends on what your role in this is. If you're a citizen, a parent, whoever, you need to get informed, get educated, learn about warning signs, learn about reporting methods, learn about how to prevent an attack. Period. If you're a facility, a manager, a principal, a teacher, whatever, if you're now acting in a facility capacity, you need to start going down a preparation mindset of, hardening your facility. You need to, getting hemorrhage control stuff, getting stop the bleed kits. That's easy. It's literally, you've got a legal requirement to have AED. So all you do is, in every AED box, you put a hemorrhage control kit. It is in the box. It's managed the same. It's inspected the same. It's all part of the same thing. You're just adding an extra thing to it. I literally got a whole box of them in the other room. You just put it in there. And then you get your staff trained on it. That's your medical component done. But then you focus on the preparation side. Hardening your building, coming up with policies, coming up with, hey, what are we going to do if this happens? But more importantly, what are we going to do to stop it from happening? And then if you're a law enforcement officer and you're on the response piece, get your ass trained appropriately, meaning the ability to do this by yourself, realistically, based upon what the realistic threat spectrum is, not what it was 15 years ago. What is it right now, today? What are the trends we're seeing, and how do you tackle that? And how can you do it by yourself, and how can you do it realistically? And that, to me, that's the starting point that then drives everything.
I have a question. This is a TACMED question, and I probably should have brought this up. I know, but you guys are both more than adequately skilled to answer this. Should have done it when Mike was here. Comment was brought about tourniquets. Why don't we have tourniquets? Well, now this is my anecdotal comment, but I believe that you would be better having like pressure bandages or gauze than tourniquets anyway, because in this type of situation, you're probably dealing more with abdominal wounds and chest wounds than dealing with a limb or something like that. Is that not the case?
So here's this is literally what I teach. I
asked it, dude.
I'm teaching attack med right now. Yes, you're more likely going to see penetrating trauma to the abdomen in civilian population during these kind of settings. However, you can't do anything about that at your level. So when we look at it, we look at what is the leading cause of preventable deaths, meaning deaths that we can impact, stuff that we can stop from happening. And the leading cause of preventable deaths in tactical trauma events is going to be massive hemorrhaging or massive bleeding from an extremity, arterial bleeding from either the femoral, brachial, or carotid arteries. That is the leading cause of preventable deaths within these situations. So you can impact that. You can fix that in the field level through a tourniquet. You put a tourniquet on it. It's a fire and forget. It's going to, depending on what tourniquet you're using, the good tourniquets, you're going to stop 90% of the blood loss right away just by putting a tourniquet on. Problem solved. You can move on to fixing other things at that point. When it comes to torso injuries, I can't pack that. I can't, the damage, the bleeding is coming from within. So putting a pressure dressing on it or putting gauze on it, all that's doing is just keeping the blood from pooling up on the ground. It is not preventing the bleeding, because the bleeding is taking place inside the body. And I cannot, at a field level, I can't get inside the body and fix that. That's what surgeons are for. So all I can do when it comes to those kind of things is I can put a chest seal on or something like that to keep air inside the lungs. And that's about it. So that's why tourniquets are so critical, because yes, it's not the leading injury, but it is the leading cause of death that you can prevent in these kind of events.
Near, any thoughts on that, brother?
No, man. Rob's more of an expert on that than I am, and
You're like, I put holes in people, I don't fix them. Whatever you want to do with it after I do, I put it in you. I don't give a shit. That's funny. There's I don't see any more questions coming in here. Unless you guys have questions. Yeah, man, this has been one hell of a conversation. I figured we'd go long. I didn't think we were going to go this long. What do you guys predict is going to be the outcome from this, the more immediate outcome? Do you think there's going to be hey, we already saw this. I don't know if you guys are aware, in Canada, our prime minister decided to table legislation that bans sale and trade of all handguns in Canada. Also limiting magazine capacity for any pistol magazine. We're already capped at 10. But limiting the pistol magazine capacity to any magazine that is that can go into a pistol caliber carbine or any rifle system to 5 rounds. So essentially Glock, Colt, Smith & Wesson, any magazine from those platforms would be pinned to 5 rounds. And also pinned in a way that the platform itself cannot be adjusted or changed. It has to be a completely permanent change to it. Which essentially takes away 85% of the magazines in the country. So very interesting, to say the least.
And completely useless.
Well, how dare you use science and facts?
And I can kill just as many people with a 100-round drum magazine as I can with 20 5-round magazines.
100%.
100 rounds is still 100 rounds.
That's what somebody said to me. They're like, well, what happens if they live, like, because they're somebody from my buddy in the States. He's like, so you can only carry 10 rounds in your magazine? I'm like, yeah. He's like, so what do you do? I'm like, I carry an extra magazine.
Yeah.
It's not fucking rocket. We're not building rocket appliances here. No more bullets. Add more bullets.
If you're fast at your reloads, like, if you train and practice, you can be pretty freaking fast with a reload, like where it's very difficult to even hear the change in your rate of fire. So it's one of those feel good, sounds good solutions that doesn't actually accomplish anything.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to unfortunately see much of anything different than we've seen before. I think that, look, the political world is already chomping at the bit. Both sides are already, using this unfortunate incident for their political agendas. You're not going to see any change across the law enforcement community. The biggest change you're going to see is in Uvalde, the community of Uvalde. That's going to go a multitude of ways, inside and out. But unfortunately, I was going to say the next active killer attack is going to hit the front pages at some point, and that's it on the next one. But that actually just happened this morning.
There's been 22 since this shooting. Is that what the number is?
No, that's people skewing. So active shooter wise, I think there's actually only been, because what defines an active shooter is different than like an active shooting or an active threat. So when it comes to active shooter, I think there's only been 2 that's and I might be slightly off on that, but it's not the 20 that people are saying. People are throwing out, like, I know I heard somewhere somebody said there's been 20 school shootings. Well, that's okay. That's some idiot that was just shooting a rabbit on the football field, all the way to 2 gangs fighting in the parking lot, to domestic, to so it's real easy to skew numbers when it comes to this.
You bring up an interesting concept, seeing as how the FBI just released their data again on use of force, and it again is a bunch of horseshit. My favorite part is this. I was reading it, the summation of the release, and they're like, well, we reached 60% reporting, so we can now report federal level data, but we needed 80% reporting to report state level data. And I'm like, well, what if one state reported like 90%? How about that state? Nope, doesn't count because there's other states that reported 10%. So the other ones get left out. I find their system laughable. But hey, good point to this. For those of you who follow ILET, we are going to be implementing a research side to what we are doing. So we are going to be working with Force Science Institute. We're going to be working with a lot of other organizations, some amazing use of force researchers out of Carleton University who really lead the world in what they do. Out of Loughborough University in the United Kingdom, out of Australia, obviously multiple agencies and organizations in the United States, including multiple instructor groups. We're going to be recording as much data as we can, not to supplant what the FBI or other people are doing. That's not the purpose of it, but it is to create something that is peer-reviewed, statistically relevant data that we can use to help discuss training, help to show what training is viable for decision makers, so that we're not just pushing training from the instructor perspective, we're pushing it from an academically backed perspective, which has a better chance of success in changing policy and procedure. So if you want to stay tuned with ILET, that's what we're going to be doing down the pipe. So really interesting there.
Cool.
Oh, fuck me. Did you guys see the Amber Heard trial? Did you guys watch any of that? I spent way too much of my life in the last 6 weeks watching that shit show. Way too much.
For sure. That's for sure.
My goodness. What a time to be alive. Yeah. That was much more entertaining. I have subscriptions because we have kids. I have subscriptions to Disney, Prime, Slack, Netflix, Paramount, whatever. I don't know how many other services. That trial blew every single one of them out of the water in terms of entertainment value. It was phenomenal.
Also, I haven't had time to watch it because I have a friend that I promised I would make a tactical medical video for his summit for, so that's kind of kept me a little occupied.
I honestly thought your response was going to be, I don't have the time to watch it because I have a real job. I thought that's what you were coming back with.
Oh, I do have a real job, and I have a hobby that involves making weird videos for you.
Well, hey, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm all for it.
For those of you who don't already know, the ILET Summit is going to be coming up this September. Again, it's going to be online this year. The last time it's going to be online only. The following year, we haven't released it yet, but it's going to be somewhere in the United States. And it's going to be 5 days, and it's going to be the most amazing summit you've ever seen. The people we already have lined up for it, you're going to wonder how we got them. So that's exciting. If you also want to be a part of the founding members program with ILET, you can still jump into that. We have a few spots left. If you have any questions about it, contact me directly. I'm happy to answer those for you. It gives you lifetime access to everything that we're doing. You get to be involved with these roundtables. You get to be involved with the training. You get to be involved with everything. So it's a really cool gig there, and appreciate that. Gentlemen, any last thoughts before we end things off here?
Just kind of, if I could summarize the last 4 hours in a 2-sentence paraphrase, because the point of this is to talk about police response, and we want police to walk away better and able to respond to this. We've commonly accepted if shots are being fired, if there's an active gunfire, we go to that and we eliminate the threat. We got that. But if people are actively dying, that is also an active threat. You still have to go to the threat and solve the threat. Even though shots aren't being fired, you have an obligation to, as is in the protocol, the national protocols, first we stop the killing, next we stop the dying. You have to be doing one of those two. If at one point you're not doing one of those, you are no longer an asset. So get your butt in there.
Near?
No, man, it's all good. I have no more thoughts. This was a great discussion. Really good discussion. I think we have to have more of these. And we just got to keep doing what we're doing, and pushing our fellow LEOs out there to empower themselves to do what they need to do.
Absolutely. I'm going to leave everybody here off with the promo video for the ILET Summit coming up later this year. You two guys, if you want to hold on for 2 seconds, do a quick AAR after this, and we'll close it down. But thank you guys so much, everyone who joined us here on this roundtable. 4 hours in, the longest roundtable I think we've ever done officially. So thank you guys for sticking it out. You were awesome. And make sure, if you haven't already, go to that GoFundMe page for the victims' families of the Uvalde shooting there, and donate to them if you are so able. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you next time.